In the great city of Rome during the height of the empire, the beginning of a human life was never seen as a purely private or biological event. It was understood instead as a moment in which the invisible threads of destiny, divine will and civic order were drawn together around a single household. Before a child was even conceived, its existence was already framed by law, by ancestral custom, and by the dense fabric of buildings, streets, and shrines that made up the urban landscape. The hum of carts over stone paving, the calls of street vendors, and the smoke rising from countless hearths formed the background against which Roman men and women contemplated the prospect of children. To think about a future son or daughter was to think simultaneously about lineage and inheritance, about the survival of the family name, and about the duties owed to the gods who guarded both house and city. In this sense, every potential birth in Rome began long before the first pain of labour, in an atmosphere suffused with expectation, calculation, and religious anxiety. The Romans spoke of fate not as a vague abstraction, but as a structured force that shaped individual lives within a cosmic hierarchy. They imagined the universe governed by great powers such as Jupiter, who presided over oaths and order, and by goddesses who were believed to preside specifically over birth, such as Juno Lucina, invoked to bring light to the newborn. Alongside these deities stood the silent, implacable figures of the fates who measured and cut the thread of each life. An educated citizen might hear philosophers debate whether events were predetermined by an unyielding destiny or guided by a providential reason. Yet in ordinary practice, these discussions translated into careful attention to omens and auspicious days. Astrologers traced the courses of the planets, and families consulted them to interpret the alignment of stars under which a child might one day be born. In this way, conception itself was imagined as taking place within an already written script where the moment of union between man and woman occurred under a sky filled with divine signs. At the centre of this web of destiny stood the Roman household, the familia, which was at once a legal unit, an economic enterprise, and a sacred community. The head of this household, the paterfamilias, held an authority that Roman jurists described as the power of life and death over all members under his hand, even though in later centuries this power was constrained by custom and by the intervention of magistrates. His authority extended over his wife, children, slaves, and sometimes freed persons who remained bound by obligations of respect and service. In the eyes of Roman law, a future child did not simply belong to its biological parents, but to this wider legal and religious entity. The household was the framework in which it would be named, disciplined, and eventually married, but it was also the framework in which its status was determined even before birth. A child conceived in a lawful marriage would be a legitimate heir, while one conceived outside such a union might be denied the full protection of citizenship or of paternal recognition. Thus, as soon as Romans spoke of future children, they spoke at the same time of the shape and stability of the household itself. The physical shell of that household could take very different forms, and these forms deeply influenced how Romans experienced conception and family life. In the case of a wealthier citizen, the setting was often the townhouse or domus, a carefully arranged structure set back from the street behind a solid, usually windowless facade. Passing through the front door, one entered a small vestibule and then a broad central hall, the atrium, whose roof opened inward around a rectangular aperture. Beneath this opening lay a shallow basin of stone or concrete, the impluvium, which gathered rainwater that fell through the gap. The walls of the atrium could be coated with smooth lime plaster, sometimes painted in vivid colours and decorated with images of gods, landscapes, or mythic scenes. Floors might be paved with patterned mosaics made from small cubes of stone or ceramic. Around the atrium opened small rooms used for sleeping, storage, or private conversation, their wooden doors and shutters adding to the interplay of light and shadow that defined domestic space. It was in such rooms, behind painted plaster and carved lintels, that the intimate moments leading to conception took place, yet always under the implicit gaze of household gods placed in their niche above. Further toward the back of the domus, beyond the atrium, the house might open into a garden court surrounded by colonnades, known as a peristyle. Here, flowering plants, small trees and water features introduced coolness and greenery into the urban dwelling. The columns, often made from brick covered in stucco fashioned to imitate more expensive stone, supported timber beams and tiled roofs. Along the sides of this peristyle stood dining rooms, reception halls, and secondary bedrooms, furnished with wooden couches, low tables, and chests. These interiors were illuminated by oil lamps with bronze or ceramic bodies, their flames fed by olive oil stored in terracotta amphora. At night, when the city darkened and the roar of traffic diminished, the light of these lamps cast flickering shadows on frescoed walls, creating an atmosphere in which religious devotion and private emotion could quietly mingle. Within such spaces, elite couples calculated the advantages of producing heirs, aware that every child would need a dowry, a share of property, and a place within the complex network of family alliances. The architecture of the domus thus reinforced the idea that the household was both a sanctuary and a stage for social obligation. For the majority of Roman citizens, however, the experience of household life unfolded within the more precarious structure of the insula, the apartment building. These multi-storey blocks rose above the city streets, often with workshops or taverns on the ground floor and cramped living spaces above. Walls were commonly made from brick or from a concrete core faced with small regularly laid stones, while upper floors relied heavily on timber beams and planking. Wooden staircases, sometimes narrow and steep, connected the levels, and their creaking steps bore the daily weight of tenants, water jars, and firewood. In such buildings, noise was constant, with voices, footsteps, and the clatter of tools filtering through thin partitions. Rooms might have little direct light, relying on small windows partly closed against dust and smoke, or on lamps set on rough wooden shelves. In this environment, couples led lives more exposed to the sound and presence of neighbours, and the prospect of children meant not only joy but also concerns about space, safety, and the risk of fire or collapse. Yet even here, a modest niche might display small images of protective deities, and a clay lamp might bear the figure of a god associated with fertility, integrating the poorest households into the same religious framework that enveloped the grandest domus. The Roman household was never limited to parents and children alone. It also included enslaved persons who cooked, cleaned, managed accounts, and carried messages, as well as freed persons who had once been enslaved and now worked as dependents or business partners. These individuals played a crucial role in the story of conception and birth. An enslaved midwife might bring specialized knowledge of herbs and techniques, while an experienced household steward calculated the costs of raising additional mouths. Within elite houses, enslaved attendants accompanied the mistress to temples dedicated to fertility deities, while in humbler homes, a freed woman neighbour might offer advice drawn from her own numerous pregnancies. The extended kin group, including grandparents, married siblings and cousins, also had a stake in the appearance of a new child, since inheritance and the continuation of family worship depended on the survival of male lines in particular. Thus, long before a child was born, many eyes were turned toward the married couple, weighing the likelihood of an heir and the stability of the family network that surrounded them. Underpinning these social and architectural realities was a highly developed body of law that defined the status of the unborn with striking precision. Roman jurists debated the phrase that the unborn child was considered as already existing whenever its interests were at stake. This principle allowed a conceived but not yet born child to be taken into account in matters of inheritance and guardianship. A man who dictated a will might leave property to a future son or daughter, specifying that the bequest would take effect if the child was born alive and survive for a certain short period. The law carefully distinguished between children conceived within a lawful marriage and those who are not, assigning full or limited rights according to the legitimacy of the union. At the same time, the absolute theoretical authority of the paterfamilias meant that recognition of the child as a member of the familia remained crucial. Without his acceptance, formal or tacit, the new being might never fully enter the legal and religious world of the household. Thus, already at the stage of conception, legal formulas and family negotiations work together to shape the future trajectory of the child. All these forces converged in the expectations surrounding marriage itself, which Romans understood as a union aimed first and foremost at the production of legitimate offspring. Marriage was framed by ritual, contract, and social pressure, and infertility could become a serious concern, prompting repeated offerings to gods associated with childbirth and fruitfulness. A married couple might vow small figurines, inscribed tablets, or portions of costly incense at a temple altar, asking for the gift of a healthy child. In elite circles, families might dissolve marriages that did not produce heirs, seeking new alliances that promised more fertile unions. Among ordinary citizens, the calculation was simpler, but no less intense, since children were needed both to assist in work and to support parents in old age. Thus, whenever a woman felt the first signs of pregnancy, they were interpreted not only as biological changes, but as answers, for good or ill, to a long build-up of religious supplication and family strategy. In this way, the life of a Roman citizen began long before the actual moment of birth, in a web of stone walls, wooden beams, legal clauses, and whispered prayers. The household, whether a spacious domus with its columned garden, or a dark room high in an insula, framed the expectations placed upon the tiny being who might soon arrive. Fate, expressed through the language of gods, stars, and ancestral customs, appeared to hover over the marital bed and the household shrine. The law waited with its definitions of legitimacy and inheritance, while kin, slaves, and neighbours watched for signs of forthcoming joy or anxiety. The stage was thus set for the next part of the story, in which the abstract hopes and rules that surrounded conception would encounter the raw physical reality of childbirth, the cries of the mother, the skill of the midwife, and the fragile first breath of a new inhabitant of the Roman world. When a Roman woman approached the end of her pregnancy, the household around her entered a period of quiet tension, in which everyday routines continued, but were subtly reoriented toward the coming event. Her body carried visible signs that neighbours, relatives, and experienced women could read with a practiced eye: the heaviness of gait, the position of the child, the rhythm of pains that might still be only preparatory. In a world without precise medical prediction, people relied on accumulated observation, counting the passing months and watching for small changes in posture and colour. The expectant mother might reduce her appearances in public, spending more time in the inner rooms of the house where familiar furniture and known faces surrounded her. At the same time, the husband and older women of the family began to think in practical terms about who would attend the birth, what supplies would be needed, and how the space should be prepared. Thus, long before the first true contraction, birth was already reshaping the rhythm of the household, focusing attention on a single bed, a single room, and a single woman whose health and survival could not be taken for granted. Central to this moment was the figure of the midwife, the obstetrix, whose presence bridged the gap between household and professional knowledge. Some midwives were enslaved women belonging to the household, trained by older practitioners, while others were free or freed women who moved from house to house, building reputations and charging fees. Our most detailed literary description comes from medical authors under the empire, such as Serranus of Ephesus, who sets out the desirable qualities of a midwife: that she should be experienced, sober, literate enough to follow written instructions, and physically strong. Such ideals were probably rarely met in full, yet they show how much skill Romans expected from those who assisted at birth. The midwife might arrive carrying a small collection of tools and supplies, including linen cloths, wool pads, bandages, oil flasks, and simple instruments made from bronze or iron. She also brought with her less tangible equipment, a repertoire of massages, postures, and herbal preparations designed to ease labour, and a body of stories about past births that reassured or warned according to the circumstances. The room in which the birth took place was shaped to meet both practical and symbolic needs. In a wealthier domus, a bedroom opening off the atrium or peristyle could be chosen, one whose wooden door allowed privacy while still admitting attendance and necessary light. The bed, usually a wooden frame with a woven straps or boards supporting a mattress of stuffed wool, would be adjusted to support the labouring woman, with extra cushions and folded blankets ready to hand. Windows with wooden shutters might be partly closed, reducing drafts and noise from the street, while oil lamps with ceramic or bronze bodies were trimmed and filled to ensure steady light through the night if necessary. Buckets or basins of water were brought in, some warmed over a brazier of charcoal set carefully on a metal stand to protect the floor. In the cramped apartment of an insula, by contrast, the same functions had to be squeezed into a single small room where other family members might still be sleeping on pallets or straw mattresses, and where the fire used for cooking had to be turned also into a source of warmth and sterilising heat. Yet whether in an airy chamber with painted walls or a dark upper story with bare plaster, the essential arrangements were the same: controlled space, a ready bed, and a little arsenal of cloth, water and flame. As labour began in earnest, the midwife and female attendants organised themselves around the woman in pain, guiding her through a process that was physically intense and often prolonged. Ancient medical writers describe efforts to regulate the woman's position, sometimes having her lie on her back, sometimes encouraging her to sit on a special birthing stool with a central opening and supports for her arms. In many homes, a robust wooden chair or the edge of the bed, supported by attendants, probably served a similar function. The midwife might apply scented oil to the woman's lower abdomen and thighs, working with strong hands to relax muscles and encourage the descent of the child. Warm compresses of wool soaked in water were applied, while mouthfuls of diluted wine, honeyed water, or mildly stimulating herbal infusions were given at intervals. All these actions unfolded against a soundtrack of breathing groans and instructions as the midwife told her patient when to strain and when to rest. Nearby, close relatives and trusted dependents moved in and out, bringing hot water, fresh cloths and messages to the anxious husband waiting beyond the door or even outside the building, excluded by custom from the inner scene. In the decisive phase of labour, when the child's head began to appear, the midwife knelt or sat directly in front of the woman, her hands and tools ready. Ancient descriptions emphasise that she must have short, well-kept fingernails and steady fingers, able to protect the emerging head and guide the shoulders without causing injury. The room would now be heated by the exertions of those present, by the burning charcoal, and by the concentration of bodies, while the smell of sweat, oil and lamp smoke grew stronger. As soon as the child fully emerged, slippery with blood and fluids, the midwife or an assistant wrapped it in a clean linen cloth, wiped its nose and mouth, and checked for signs of breathing. If necessary, she might stimulate it with gentle slaps or movement, trying to coax forth the first cry. Only when some sign of life was clear would she turn to the next crucial act, the cutting of the umbilical cord using a small knife of sharpened metal, or, in some traditions, a fragment of ceramic, then tying it with a woolen thread. This simple procedure, so often routine, nevertheless carried the risk of infection, and great care was taken to use materials thought to be clean and auspicious. Alongside these practical measures, rituals and superstitions wound through the process of birth, giving it a texture that was as much religious as medical. The household shrine, the lararium, bearing images of the lares and often of other protective deities, might be ornamented beforehand with fresh garlands or little offerings, asking for an easy delivery. In the quarter of the Esquiline or on a provincial farm, women invoked Juno Lucina, the aspect of Juno associated with bringing to light those who were born, sometimes repeating a traditional formula or touching the altar with loosened hair as a sign of supplication. During labour, certain actions considered unlucky could be avoided, such as tying knots or closing doors, since these were thought to impede the opening of the womb. Amulets made from materials like coral, amber or carved bone might hang near the bed, believed to ward off malevolent forces that could harm mother or child. These gestures did not replace practical skill, but framed it, assuring those present that the gods and spirits of the house had not been neglected at this critical juncture. Once the first cries of the newborn sounded, the attention of the room shifted from the exhausted mother to the tiny vulnerable body now in the midwife's hands. The child would be examined visually and by touch, according to criteria shaped both by medical observation and by cultural expectation. Writers of the imperial period speak of a good newborn as robust, having limbs of proper length, a responsive cry, and firm flesh, not excessively thin or swollen. Some midwives may have gently stretched or manipulated the infant's arms and legs, attempting to correct minor deformities or to test their flexibility. In an age before modern neonatal care, many infants were born premature or with conditions that were difficult to manage, and the border between a child considered viable and one regarded as too weak was often fragile. Although our sources speak sparingly and in abstract terms, we can detect the shadow of decisions that might be taken later by the father, whether to recognize and raise the child or to allow it to die. In the first hours, however, the principal concern of those in the room was simply survival, keeping the infant warm, fed, and free from immediate harm. The newborn was then subjected to a sequence of treatments that combined touch, temperature, and texture in ways that Roman authors attempted to codify. Some recommend that the child be washed gently in warm water, sometimes with the addition of salt thought to strengthen the skin and prevent flaccidity. The tiny body would be rubbed with oil, usually derived from olives and stored in small ceramic or glass containers, making the skin supple and easier to cleanse. After this, strips of soft cloth, usually linen, were wrapped firmly around the body, creating the swaddling that kept arms and legs straight according to the ideals of posture and form prevalent at the time. Swaddling bands, though simple in construction, required careful folding and tying, and the midwife's experienced hands could produce a secure cocoon that allowed some movement, while preventing what Romans feared as deforming floppiness. The infant's head might be covered with a little cap of cloth or wool, while its eyes were shaded from the direct flames of the lamps. Placed now in a wicker basket, on a small mattress, or even on a responsible attendant's lap, the child entered the next phase of existence, no longer a mere possibility in the womb, but not yet fully inscribed into the legal and ritual structures of the familia. Meanwhile, the mother lay in a state of profound exhaustion, her body emptied and aching, but still the focus of concern for those around her. The midwife and attendants needed to ensure that the afterbirth was expelled, a process that might require additional herbal aids or gentle traction, and that bleeding did not become fatal. Warm cloths, wine mixed with water, and restorative foods, such as bread softened in liquid or light broths, could be offered cautiously. The bed linen, now stained with blood and other fluids, had to be removed, washed, or burned, according to household practice and the perceived degree of ritual pollution. In some families there was a sense that birth rendered both mother and chamber temporarily unclean, requiring later rites to restore purity, while in others the emphasis fell more on simple hygiene and comfort. In all cases, however, the woman's survival was not guaranteed, and everyone present was painfully aware that childbirth remained one of the most dangerous experiences a Roman woman could undergo. Only after some hours, when her breathing steadied and she could hold or at least look clearly at the child, would relief begin to mingle with continuing fatigue. Taken together, these actions and attitudes show that birth in ancient Rome was at once intensely physical and densely structured by knowledge, law, and belief. The moment of the first cry marked only the transition from one kind of vulnerability to another, from dependence on the mother's body to dependence on the household. The midwife's work, the arrangements of furniture and heat, the invocation of gods, and the careful wrapping of the newborn all contributed to creating a fragile bubble of protection around a new life. Yet, as those present knew, the child was not yet truly a member of the familia in the full Roman sense. Formal recognition by the father, insertion into lines of inheritance, and the bestowal of a name belonged to the days that followed. For now, there was only a small voice, the dim light of the oil lamps, and the sense that something both ordinary and momentous had occurred, adding one more inhabitant to the crowded, echoing world of the Roman city. In the first days after a birth in Rome, the newborn did not yet fully belong to the world of named and recognized persons. It existed in a zone of transition, physically separated from the womb but not yet anchored in the legal and symbolic structures of the familiar. This hesitation reflected not indifference but a sober awareness of fragility. Infant mortality was high, and many households had seen tiny bodies fail to survive even a few days. The child lay swaddled in linen, its limbs bound straight according to contemporary ideals of bodily form, its head covered and its breathing watched with anxious attention. Milk, whether from the mother or a wet nurse, was introduced cautiously, and every slight change in temperature or colour provoked murmurs of concern. The father, although not present at the birth, now approached the boundary of his decisive moment. His role was not simply emotional. He was the pivot on which the new life would either be pulled into the circle of kin, gods, and law, or quietly allowed to slip away. This interval between first cries and formal recognition formed the stage on which naming and paternal power would shortly appear. The Romans concentrated much of this transition into a particular day, known as the Day of Purification, which usually fell about a week after birth. For girls, this was commonly the 8th day, for boys the 9th, a difference sometimes explained by cultural notions of male robustness and by numerical symbolism. During these first days, the infant was considered more vulnerable to malign forces, and households might limit visits or avoid exposing the child to the full bustle of domestic life. On the chosen day, however, the atmosphere changed. Preparations were made as for a modest festival. The household shrine was cleaned, lamps were polished and filled, and garlands of leaves or flowers might be hung around images of the protective spirits of the house. Relatives and close friends were invited, bringing small gifts such as amulets, lucky charms, or modest items of clothing. The midwife might be present, proud of her role in ushering the child into the world and curious now to see whether that world would officially receive it. The purification itself involved prayers, offerings, and a sense that the child was being washed not only of physical traces of birth, but of an initial ritual indistinctness. At the heart of this day stood the act of naming, which in Rome carried a precise and layered meaning. For a male citizen of full status, the ideal form was a threefold structure. The first element, the praenomen, corresponded roughly to a personal name used within the family and among close associates. The second, the nomen, indicated the genes, the wider clan or lineage group, linking the child to a network of ancestors and distant relatives. The third, the cognomen, often began as a nickname, referring to some physical trait, remembered deed or branch of the family, and over time hardened into an inherited label. A boy might thus receive a praenomen used by his father or grandfather, followed by a nomen that identified him as a member of a particular genes, and finally a cognomen that situated him within a specific branch of that line. For girls, practice varied, but many bore the feminine form of the family nomen, sometimes accompanied by an additional name that differentiated sisters. All of this was more than ornament. Names acted as compact statements of origin, status, and expectation, and they would appear on legal documents, military diplomas, and funerary inscriptions that outlived the individual. The moment at which the father publicly pronounced the chosen name coincided with another, less visible but equally weighty gesture, his decision whether to recognize the child at all. Roman sources speak of a traditional act in which the paterfamilias took the infant into his arms or lifted it from the ground, a bodily sign of acceptance. Scholars debate the form and legal force of this gesture, yet its symbolic meaning is clear. To lift the child was to admit it into the circle governed by his authority, under the encompassing power later jurists described as paternal power. To refuse to do so, or to remain absent by design, could signal rejection. Behind this possibility lay the harsh practice of exposure, in which an unwanted infant might be left in a public place or carried to a remote spot and abandoned. Motives varied, from visible deformity or extreme frailty, through perceived illegitimacy to sheer economic pressure in crowded, impoverished households. Although law and custom gradually restricted overt cruelty, the theoretical right of the father to refuse a child formed a dark background to the serene ideal of the naming day. Patrial power itself was a distinctive feature of Roman family law. In principle, a paterfamilias held authority over all legitimate descendants in the male line, no matter how old they were. An adult son, even a magistrate or general, could remain under his father's power until the latter's death, unable to own property fully in his own right. This authority encompassed control over marriage arrangements, over emancipation from the family, and over many forms of property transfer. With respect to newborn children, it meant that the father's decision to accept or reject had formal consequences. A recognized child entered the familia and gained the expectation of eventual participation in its property and religious rites. A rejected one, even if physically rescued and raised elsewhere, occupied a much more precarious legal position. As the imperial period advanced, senatorial decrees and imperial rescripts increasingly urged moderation, discouraging extreme uses of paternal power and promoting the protection of young life. Yet the conceptual framework remained, shaping the way Romans thought about the relation between biological generation and civic existence. Alongside natural birth and recognition, Roman society knew another route by which a person could become the child of a given father: the complex institution of adoption. Adoption often served to solve the problem of a man who lacked male heirs to carry on his name and manage his estates and perform the domestic rites owed to ancestors. Through a carefully regulated legal act, a boy or the young man could be transferred from the power of one paterfamilias to another, or, in the case of adoption of an independent adult, his previous legal identity could be dissolved and replaced. The adopted person typically assumed the nomen and sometimes the praenomen of his new father, while retaining a trace of his original identity as an additional cognomen. In this way, names themselves became records of legal history, showing both origin and new affiliation. Adoption could radically reshape the distribution of property and influence, and in elite circles, it played a role in the succession of political power, as seen in the series of emperors who were formally adopted into ruling houses. For humbler citizens, adoption offered more modest solutions to inheritance and support, but the underlying principle was the same, that law could, through solemn procedures, rearrange the basic bonds of kinship. The reach of paternal authority and the importance of names extended deeply into everyday administration. When a child was presented for the census, his name and affiliation were inscribed on wax tablets and later transferred to more durable records, situating him within a voting tribe and a residential district. The physical materials of these registrations, wooden tablets coated in dark wax, inscribed with a metal stylus, and stored in bundles in official archives, gave tangible form to abstract belonging. A name written there determined where a man would stand when voting in assemblies, which cohort he might be assigned to in the levy, and how taxes and obligations were calculated. Even within the household, documents recording dowries, loans, or emancipation bore the full sequence of names that identified each party precisely. Mistakes in these elements could give rise to disputes, and jurists composed elaborate discussions on how to interpret contracts where a person had been named incorrectly or incompletely. Thus, the choice made by a father on the naming day resonated far beyond the intimate circle of family, projecting the child into the bureaucratic and political machinery of the empire. At the same time, Roman naming practices reveal a subtle tension between rigid structures and individual variation. Certain praenomina were used repeatedly within a gens, producing long sequences of men who shared the same initial element, while others were rare or falling out of use. Cognomina, on the other hand, could reflect personal characteristics, geographic origins, or aspirational qualities. A citizen might carry a cognomen that recalled an ancestor's military deed, a rural property, or some physical peculiarity such as red hair or a prominent nose. Over generations, these labels hardened into hereditary markers, yet new ones were continually coined. Freed persons, upon manumission, commonly took the nomen of their former owner and retained their previous name as a kind of cognomen, creating hybrid identities that express both servile past and new legal status. For women who were less frequently named as agents in legal documents, naming patterns nevertheless allowed a measure of differentiation, especially in epitaphs where affectionate diminutives and additional names appear. In all these ways, the basic framework of name plus family affiliation was filled with lived particularity, even as it remained anchored in the authority of the father who first pronounced the words. Beneath the legal abstractions lay the emotional texture of families, which complicates any simple picture of paternal power as purely harsh or distant. Letters, epitaphs, and occasional narrative anecdotes preserve traces of fathers who rejoiced intensely at the survival of a child, who grieved at early deaths, and who cared deeply about the moral and educational formation of their sons and daughters. The decision to accept a newborn was not always a cold calculation of resources and status. It could also be experienced as fulfillment of long hopes, especially in marriages where previous pregnancies had ended in miscarriage or stillbirth. Mothers too, though largely absent from legal texts, exerted considerable influence in these decisions through persuasion, tears, and the simple fact of their bodily labour. Extended kin, slaves and neighbours formed an audience that could approve or condemn extreme actions. Over time, philosophies that stressed the common humanity of all, and religious movements that exalted care for the weak, further eroded the acceptability of exposure, even if the legal form of paternal power remained. When the ceremonies of naming and recognition were complete, the child emerged from anonymity into a recognised place within both household and city. It now possessed a string of words that tied it to a father, a family, a tribe, and a broader civic body. These words could be spoken at the threshold of the house, inscribed in official records, and carved in stone when life came to an end. Behind them stood a complex interplay of birth, decision, and law, in which the father's authority acted as a gateway. Yet this gateway did not stand alone. It rested on shared beliefs about purity and pollution, on the work of midwives and scribes, on the silent presence of ancestral images in the atrium, and on the everyday consensus of neighbours and kin. With the name now given and the child accepted, the focus of the household began slowly to shift from the drama of survival and legitimacy to the longer work of nurturing a young body and mind. The next chapter of the life cycle would unfold among toys, first lessons, and the gradual discovery of the city, but it would always be carried under the weight and shelter of the name bestowed in these early days. Once the child had been named and formally accepted into the familiar, the intense drama of birth and recognition slowly settled into the quieter rhythms of early childhood. Yet these first years remained a period of great uncertainty, when illness, accident, and undernourishment threatened life at every turn. A Roman infant spent much of its time asleep, wrapped tightly in swaddling bands of linen or soft wool, laid either in the arms of an adult or in a simple cradle. The cradle, the cuna, might be a small wooden frame with curved runners, or a rectangular box suspended in a wooden stand, allowing gentle rocking. In poorer homes, a wicker basket or a makeshift bed of folded cloth on a low platform often served the same purpose. The surface beneath might be beaten earth, plain stone slabs, or a mosaic floor, and in winter the child was kept away from drafts by screens, hanging cloth, or careful placement near a brazier. Around this resting body, the life of the household continued, with footsteps, voices, and the clink of pottery forming a constant background hum that the child gradually learned to recognise as its first soundscape. A crucial figure in this world was the person who provided milk, who held the child most often, and whose voice was heard nearest to its ear. In many households of moderate or high status, this was not the biological mother, but a wet nurse, the nutrix. Literary and legal sources attest to a thriving practice of hiring such women, whether enslaved members of the familia or freeborn women who contracted their services for a fixed term. Manuals of medicine and moral treatises specify the qualities that a desirable wet nurse should possess: sound health, steady habits, and a character free from perceived vices. She should eat and drink moderately, keep her body clean, and avoid strong emotions believed to affect the milk. In practice, many nurses were drawn from rural or provincial backgrounds, bringing with them dialects and customs that would subtly colour the child's earliest impressions. Contracts could stipulate the duration of service, the provision of food and clothing, and sometimes a modest wage, paid in coin or in kind. The choice of nurse thus joined practical calculation with moral concern, since parents were warned that the child would absorb not only milk, but also speech patterns and behavioural models from the woman to whom it was entrusted. Within the daily routine of the first year, the relationship between child and nurse or mother unfolded in a series of repetitive acts: feeding, lifting, rocking, cleaning, and soothing. The infant was held in various positions: against the chest, across the lap, or upright over the shoulder, while its back was gently rubbed to encourage digestion. Feeding could occur many times each day and night, at intervals not governed by clocks, but by observation of crying and restlessness. After each feeding, the child's swaddling bands might be checked and adjusted, ensuring they remained snug but not constricting. Soiled cloths were rinsed and washed in basins of water, sometimes with ashes or fuller's earth as cleaning agents, then hung to dry near a source of heat. Lullabies were sung in low voices, often in simple repetitive melodies, and nursery talk softened words and exaggerated tones, forming the first bridge between sound and meaning. Moralists of the imperial period advised parents to supervise this early speech carefully, so that no coarse or superstitious expressions would be planted in the child's mind. In this way, even the most intimate and bodily aspects of early care were framed by broader ideals of linguistic and ethical formation. As the child grew stronger and its muscles gained firmness, swaddling bands were gradually loosened, allowing greater freedom of movement. The moment when a child first rolled over, sat unaided, or attempted to stand on uncertain legs was noted with quiet pride, though without the sentimental emphasis familiar from later traditions. Practical considerations quickly came to the fore. A crawling or toddling child had to be protected from household hazards, from open braziers and cooking fires, from steep staircases in multi-story insulae, and from the sharp edges of furniture. Floors, whether in elite houses with patterned mosaics or in modest rooms packed with stored amphorae and tools, were swept to reduce dust and sharp debris that could injure small hands and feet. Simple toys appeared: a clay rattle filled with small stones, a carved wooden animal on wheels, or a bundle of cloth shaped into a doll. Small discs and knuckle bones, later used for games of chance, could already serve as objects to grasp and manipulate. Through these objects, the child practiced coordination, learned distinctions of texture and weight, and experienced the pleasure of repetition. Older siblings, enslaved attendants, and neighbouring children became playmates and guides, modelling actions and words that the toddler imitated with astonishing speed. Clothing marked the child's status and age, while also responding to climate and practical needs. In the warm months of the Mediterranean year, a very young child might wear little beyond a short wool or linen tunic fastened at the shoulders, leaving arms and lower legs bare. In cooler weather, additional garments were added: small cloaks, shawls, or hooded wraps, often made from coarser wool in natural shades of white, brown, or grey. For freeborn boys, a distinctive item awaited them in early childhood: the small version of the toga with a purple border. The toga praetexta, worn on ceremonial occasions as a sign of their status and future role as citizens. Girls might wear similar bordered garments in some contexts, though practice varied between regions and families. Footwear ranged from bare feet indoors, which allowed better grip on smooth floors, to simple leather sandals for outdoor use, strapped around the ankle and instep. Every garment implied labour elsewhere in the economy: the shearing of sheep, the watching and beating of wool, the spinning of thread on spindles, and the steady movement of looms in domestic rooms or larger workshops. Washing children's clothes, often soiled and needing frequent attention, fell largely to enslaved women or poorer free women who scrubbed and rinsed them in basins, wrung them out with strong hands and dried them under the open ski. From an early age, the child was gently drawn into the religious and moral life of the household. Parents or guardians would lift the small body toward the household shrine, guiding its hand in gestures of salutation to the lares and other protective beings. The child learned to kiss images, or to touch the altar stone lightly, actions whose meaning was explained in simple phrases that linked obedience, gratitude, and divine favour. On festival days, the child might be carried in the arms of an adult through the crowded streets toward public temples or processions, absorbing impressions of incense smoke, ritual music, and priestly garments. Within the home, discipline began early. Moralists advised against indulgent laughter at misbehaviour, insisting that even very young children should learn the difference between permitted and forbidden acts through consistent reaction. Slaps, scoldings, or withdrawal of attention formed part of this pedagogy, moderated by affection and by the practical need to preserve harmony in cramped quarters where many shared a single space. The child's earliest vocabulary thus included words for obedience, for respect toward elders, and for the gods whose goodwill was thought to guard health and fortune. Parallel to this moral and religious initiation, the first steps toward literacy and numeracy were taken, especially in households that aspired to give their sons a formal education. Educated authors of the early empire recommend that children be introduced to letters as soon as they could speak clearly and hold tools with some steadiness. The materials of this instruction were tactile and durable. Wax tablets made from small wooden frames filled with a layer of dark wax provided a reusable surface on which letters could be scratched with a metal or bone stylus. When the surface became full or mistakes needed correction, the wax was smoothed again with the flat end of the stylus, or with a heated blade, ready to receive new forms. In some homes, alphabet boards displayed letters incised in wood or painted on plaster, serving as models to trace with a finger. Learning began with the names and shapes of letters, often accompanied by rhythmic chanting, then progressed to syllables, short words, and memorized maxims. Numbers were introduced through the handling of pebbles, arranged in rows on a table or on the ground, and through simple counting of everyday objects such as loaves, cups, or oil lamps. In bilingual families, where Greek was also spoken, children might encounter 2 alphabets and 2 sets of sounds, expanding their mental horizons while also increasing the complexity of their early schooling. Differences of wealth and status shape these experiences in significant ways. In an elite domus, a small child might be attended by a personal slave, the pedagogus, whose role was to supervise conduct, accompany the child outside and oversee elementary study. This figure, often a trusted Greek-speaking slave or freedman, became a constant presence, correcting language, restraining impulsive gestures, and introducing simple texts. The house itself provided relatively safe and spacious rooms for play and study, with access to colonnaded gardens where the child could walk under shade and learn to recognize plants, animals, and decorative motifs on the painted walls. In contrast, a child growing up in a cramped insula room shared space with multiple family members and perhaps lodgers, with little separation between sleeping, eating, and working areas. Such children spent more time in stairwells, courtyards, and streets, where they watched craftsmen at work, vendors calling out their goods, and processions of officials or religious groups passing by. Their learning was less focused on letters and more on the gestures, prices, and small negotiations needed to help with errands, carry water, or mind younger siblings. Yet even here, fragments of formal learning might appear: a scratched alphabet on a plaster wall, a stray wax tablet acquired second-hand, or the distant echo of a teacher's voice from a nearby schoolroom. By the time a child approached the age of 7, Romans increasingly thought of this small, once swaddled body as ready to enter a new phase. For boys in families with means, This often meant the beginning of regular attendance at a primary school under the guidance of a schoolmaster who taught reading, writing, and basic calculation. For girls, the trajectory was more varied, some receiving structured instruction at home, others learning chiefly through participation in domestic tasks, textile work, and the management of household resources. In all cases, the years of infancy and early childhood had laid foundations that were both bodily and mental, patterns of sleep and diet, habits of obedience or assertiveness, first attachments to caregivers, and initial encounters with signs, numbers, and divine names. The child who now stepped more fully into the streets of Rome, whether led by a pedagogus to a teacher's booth or sent to fetch water from a republic fountain, carried within it these early impressions. The next segment of the life story would unfold amid school benches, wax tablets covered with lines of verse, and the slow shaping of voice through practice in reading and recitation. But it remained rooted in the formative years when milk, lullabies, and simple toys had first opened the world. As the Roman child left the years of swaddling and first steps behind, the surrounding house became less a set of mysterious walls and more a structured world to be explored. By the age when speech was clear and limbs were steady, the boy or girl moved with increasing freedom through the spaces of the domus or the insula, tracing daily circuits that would be repeated thousands of times. These movements were not abstract. Each doorway, stair, and courtyard had a particular texture, a particular sound underfoot, and a particular smell that lodged in memory. In an elite townhouse, the child's horizon might be bounded by painted walls, polished thresholds, and shaded colonnades. In an apartment building, the horizon might be marked by wooden stairs, smoke, darkened plaster, and the constant murmur of many households pressed close together. To grow up in Rome was therefore to grow up inside stone, brick, timber, and fabric, each material carrying with it a certain distribution of light, noise, and crowding that shaped the child's sense of safety, curiosity, and fear. In the domus of a comfortable citizen, the child's day began in a building arranged around axes of symmetry and display. The main entrance from the street opened through a short corridor into the atrium, the central hall with its open roof and collecting basin. For the child, this space was both playground and stage, a rectangle of light framed by shadowed rooms. The floor might be paved in small stone cubes, dark and pale set in geometric patterns, cool under bare feet in summer, and hard under leather soles in winter. Around the walls, the plaster was often painted with panels of deep red, black, or ochre, framing mythic scenes, landscapes, or architectural fantasies that the child learned to recognize before ever hearing their stories explained. From the impluvium at the centre rose reflections of sky and the occasional drip of water after rain, linking the enclosed house to the outside world. Doorways opened off this space into bedrooms and side rooms, their wooden leaves held on bronze hinges, their thresholds often of a single stone slab that the child learned to step over with practiced toes. The rhythms of the household impressed themselves on the child's senses long before they were understood. At dawn, enslaved cleaners swept the atrium floor with bundles of twigs, their movements producing a regular rasping sound that mingled with the distant cries of street vendors outside. Water was carried in from wells or fountains, sloshing in ceramic buckets and amphorae, and stored in larger jars near the kitchen or in service corridors. The father of the family, if of some status, might receive clients in the front parts of the house, and the child observed from a distance the coming and going of men in plain togas, the murmur of formulaic greetings, the flash of signet rings pressed into wax. Smells changed as the day advanced. First, the faint sourness of last night's embers being stirred, then the warm aroma of bread or porridge, and later the sharper scents of oil, wine, and cooked meat. The child's own tasks were modest, bringing small objects, holding a tablet, or simply staying out of the way. Yet through repetition, the order of the day became a kind of unwritten timetable that regulated appetite, play, and rest. Within the domus, sleeping arrangements reflected both hierarchy and comfort. The child might share a small cubiculum, a bedroom opening off the atrium, or often in a corridor, with a sibling or attendant. The room's walls were often plastered and painted at least in simple colours, broken by a niche or a small shelf. The bed itself was usually a wooden frame set on legs, with interlaced straps of leather or woven cord supporting a mattress stuffed with wool, straw or reeds. Over this lay blankets of woven wool, sometimes with dyed borders, and in colder months additional coverings of heavier cloth or animal skins could be added. A simple wooden chest held spare garments and personal items, its lid doubling as a bench. Light at night came from a small oil lamp placed on a low stand, its clay body filled with olive oil and its wick trimmed carefully to avoid excessive smoke. The child learned the little rituals of bedtime, the straightening of blankets, the placing of sandals or shoes to one side, and the careful handling of the lamp's flame, which was precious and potentially dangerous. In this protected room, the sounds of the larger house were softened, yet never entirely absent. The kitchen area of the domus, the colina, was another important site in the child's map of the house, though access might be regulated according to status and age. Here, food was made over a masonry hearth, a raised platform built of brick or stone filled with charcoal or wood embers. Iron or bronze pots rested on supports above the coals, and the air was dense with heat, smoke, and the aromas of boiling grains, stewing vegetables, and frying fish. The child could watch the movements of the cook, often an experienced slave, as she stirred with long-handled spoons, ground herbs in a stone mortar, and measured oil from a clay jug. Nearby stood storage jars, tall amphorae wedged in sand or small stones, containing oil, wine, and preserved foods, their narrow necks sealed with stoppers of cork, clay, or resin. Smaller containers held salt, spices, and pulses. The child learned to distinguish the textures of these ingredients, the roughness of salt crystals, the smooth surface of dried beans, and the sticky residue of honey. In this space, the material chain that connected field, market, and table became visible, even if its full economic meaning remained obscure to young eyes. By contrast, the child growing up in an insula experienced domestic space not as a sequence of courtyards and decorated halls, but as a vertical stack of rooms pressed against one another. The entrance from the street often led directly into a narrow passage or into a workshop, where craftsmen worked at looms, anvils, or benches, filling the air with the clatter of tools and the tang of metal, dye, or leather. A wooden staircase, sometimes twisting around a small light well, led upward, its creaking steps worn by countless feet. The child learned early to navigate this structure, gripping the rough handrail or the wall, stepping aside for adults carrying burdens of water, firewood, or goods. Walls were plastered more roughly than in a domus, often whitened with simple lime wash rather than painted in elaborate designs, though here and there small patches of coloured decoration or graffiti might appear. Above, the ceiling beams of timber supported the next floor, and through cracks the child might see dust drifting down or hear muffled voices and footsteps. The sense of many lives stacked closely together, separated by the thin partitions and floors, shaped an awareness of others' presence that was sharper than in a more spacious house. Daily rhythms in the insula were governed not only by the household itself, but by the larger systems of supply and shared facilities. Water had to be fetched from public fountains, or from a well in a courtyard, carried up in ceramic or wooden vessels that banged gently against stairs and walls. The child might be sent on such errands, balancing a smaller container and learning to wait in line among slaves, freed persons, and other children. Latrines, when present inside the building, were simple stone or wooden benches over a drain, often shared by several rooms. More often, tenants relied on chamber pots, emptied into larger containers and carried out to street level, where waste was collected or disposed of with varying degrees of care. Smells of cooking, work, and refuse mingled in the stairwells and corridors, with smoke from countless small braziers drifting upward. Ground floor rooms frequently housed taverns or food cellars, their counters with embedded jars offering hot stews, wine, and bread to passers-by. For children, the street itself became an extension of living space, a place to play with knucklebones, chase hoops, and watch the perpetual motion of carts, animals, and people that flowed through the urban fabric. Sleeping and domestic arrangements in an insula demanded flexibility. A single room might serve as a kitchen, dining area, workroom and bedroom for an entire family. At night, mattresses of straw or wool were unrolled on the floor, or simple wooden frames with woven supports were set up, and in the morning these were rolled or stacked to create space for daytime activities. Storage was improvised, with baskets, amphorae and chests tucked into corners or hung from beams to keep goods away from damp and rodents. Light came through small windows with wooden shutters, sometimes covered with cloth or thin sheets of translucent material to lessen drafts. At night, lamps of clay provided a dim glow, their smoke leaving traces on the ceiling and walls. Laundry was done in basins or at nearby fountains, garments beaten, rubbed with ashes or fuller's earth, and rinsed repeatedly before being hung to dry from lines stretched across the room or out over the street. Children learned early how to help with these tasks, wringing cloth with small hands, folding garments, and sweeping the uneven floor. The closeness of bodies, objects, and tasks in such rooms encouraged a kind of early competence that was different in tone from the more supervised childhood of the domus. Yet despite these differences, certain underlying patterns link the experiences of children in domus and insula alike. Both woke to the sound of human activity and the light filtering through small openings. Both learned the feel of clay, wood, and cloth, and both discovered the city through the routes that connected their homes to fountains, markets, and places of worship. The elite child's world might be framed by mosaics and gardens, while the poorer child's world was framed by stairwells and crowded streets. But in both cases, the built environment taught lessons about order, danger, and belonging. The house or apartment was not merely a backdrop. It was an active participant in education, setting limits on movement, offering or withholding privacy, amplifying or muffling the voices of elders. As the child grew into later childhood, these lessons would shape how they encountered formal schooling, work, and public life. The domus prepared some for roles of command and representation. The insula prepared others for lives of manual labour and small trade. Yet both produced citizens who shared the same city, its festivals, its dangers, and its laws. By the time a Roman child reached the age of about 7 years, those first rhythms of early childhood began to open into a new pattern of days. The body, once small and fragile, now showed sturdier limbs and a more settled gait, and the voice, once full of babble and mispronounced words, grew clearer and more controlled. In many households, especially those of freeborn citizens with some means, this was the moment when the question of schooling took on a more definite form. Fathers and mothers weighed costs and expectations, thinking not only about what the child could learn, but what such learning might bring in terms of status, income, and security in later life. In the great city of Rome, the soundscape of education was already familiar. In side streets and near public squares, one could hear the murmur of recited verses, the sharp commands of a teacher, and the occasional crack of a rod against a bench. For the child, to be led for the first time from the house towards such a place of learning was to cross a new threshold, leaving the intimate world of the domus or insula and stepping into a social institution that linked individual development to the needs of the community and the demands of the empire. The earliest formal schooling was entrusted to the literator, the primary teacher who taught reading, writing, and basic calculation. His schoolroom might be a rented shopfront, open to the street with a removable wooden shutter, or a corner of a portico where columns offered shade and some shelter from rain. Inside, there were no rows of fixed desks, but benches and stools of simple wood, perhaps a few low tables, and on the walls little more than bare plaster or rough whitewash. The teacher himself might be a freedman or a poor citizen, sometimes of Greek origin, whose social status was modest but whose skill rested in his patience with letters and numbers. Children arrived in the early morning carrying their wax tablets, styluses, and, if fortunate, a small box of writing supplies. Fees were paid in coin or sometimes in kind, negotiated between parents and teacher, and not all could afford regular instruction. Those who could sat in close proximity, their tunics brushing one another, the smell of oil and dust and warm bodies thick in the confined space, ready to repeat the letters that would open the world of writing to them. Instruction began with the alphabet, a sequence of sounds and shapes drilled until they became second nature. The teacher traced letters on a tablet, and the children followed, scratching with their metal or bone styluses into the dark wax. Mistakes were scraped away with the flat end of the stylus, the surface smoothed and reused, so that each day's labour left few permanent traces. Once letters were mastered, the children moved to syllables and then to short words, often formed from moral maxims or common phrases, since Romans believed that ethical formation should accompany literacy from the beginning. Reading was taught aloud, with voices rising and falling in imperfect unison as lines were recited again and again. Writing required not only mental effort but bodily discipline, learning how to hold the stylus, how to steady the tablet on one's knees, how to maintain posture on a hard bench for hours at a time. Numbers entered through similar repetition, counting on fingers, arranging pebbles on tables or the floor, and learning the forms used in accounts and market transactions. Over all of this hovered the possibility of corporal punishment, for Roman teachers were expected to correct sluggishness or disobedience with the rod, a bundle of switches or a leather strap that hung in plain view, a physical reminder that learning was not to be taken lightly. Beyond this elementary level lay the domain of the grammaticus, the teacher of advanced language and literature, whose pupils were most often the sons of families aspiring to a life of public speech and administration. The school of the grammaticus might occupy a larger room, sometimes within a private house, sometimes in a more established rented space, with a small platform or chair of distinction for the teacher and stools for the students. Here the wax tablet was joined by papyrus rolls on which were copied the works of poets and historians chosen as models of language and thought. A boy would arrive accompanied by his paedagogus, the attendant slave responsible for his conduct, carrying not only writing tools but also these precious rolls wrapped in cloth. Lessons began with the reading of a passage, often from Homer in Greek or from Virgil in Latin, the teacher or pupil reciting line by line, explaining difficult words, and unpacking the stories and moral lessons embedded in the text. The grammaticus dwelt on grammar, vocabulary, and style, dissecting sentences so that the pupil might understand how to construct his own. In this environment, the curriculum broadened to include myth, history, and geography, since the texts studied were dense with references to gods, heroes, cities, and foreign peoples. The child learned not only to read and write, but to inhabit a shared cultural memory, in which tales of Troy, early Rome, and exemplary figures of virtue and vice shaped ideals of conduct. Greek often had pride of place in these schools, especially for the elite, who considered a command of Greek literature a mark of refinement and access to philosophy. Thus, a Roman boy might spend his mornings reciting lines about Achilles or Odysseus, and his afternoons moving through the streets of a bustling imperial city, carrying within his head images of distant seas and battles. Exercises in composition followed, first in the form of short paraphrases, then in more extended narratives and descriptions, each written on wax or papyrus and corrected by the master. The teacher's voice, the scratch of stylus on writing surface, and the rustle of papyrus were the auditory texture of these hours, repeated day after day, year after year, until language itself became a flexible instrument in the pupil's mind. At the highest level of formal education stood the rhetor, the teacher of rhetoric, whose task was to form the future orators, advocates, and statesmen of the empire. By the time a youth entered this stage, he had already spent many years with the grammaticus, and his mastery of language was expected to be considerable. The school of rhetoric could resemble a small assembly hall, with space for an audience, since exercises were performed aloud for the benefit of fellow students and sometimes visiting elders. At the centre, a raised platform or simple open area served as the stage where the pupil practiced delivering speeches. The rhetor laid out themes for declamation, imaginary legal cases or political debates based on historical or legendary situations. One day the young man might be asked to argue on behalf of a father accused by his son, another day to speak in the voice of a city besieged by an enemy. These exercises trained not only memory and verbal fluency, but also bodily control. The pupil learned how to stand, how to move his hands, and how to turn his head to address different parts of the room, since gesture and posture were considered integral to persuasion. The tone and rhythm of the voice were carefully managed, alternating between measured exposition and more passionate appeals, while breathing techniques ensured endurance during long periods of speaking. In written preparation, students practiced structuring arguments, arranging them in orderly sections, introducing points with clarity, and concluding with emphasis. Real legal practice, though never fully identical to these school exercises, drew heavily on the same habits, and many successful advocates and administrators trace their command of public speech back to the long hours spent in the rhetorical school. Through such training, the Roman ideal of the vir bonus dicendi peritus, the good man skilled in speaking, took on tangible form in the person of each educated citizen who appeared in courts or councils. The education of girls followed a more varied path, shaped strongly by family status and local custom. Many girls learned to read and write at a basic level, especially in urban households where written communication and record-keeping were pervasive. Their first teachers might be the same literator who instructed their brothers, or parents and older relatives who passed on knowledge within the home. Wax tablets and simple alphabet boards appeared in their hands too, and some inscriptions and literary references suggest that women of the upper classes could attain considerable literary culture. Yet the principal curriculum for girls, particularly outside the higher social strata, focused on skills associated with domestic management. Spinning, weaving and sewing were not only economic contributions to the household, but also moral symbols, and young girls spent many hours handling wool and linen, learning how to turn raw fleece into thread with a spindle and thread into cloth on a loom. This work took place in rooms filled with the faint dusty smell of wool and the regular clack of loom weights and beams. The girls' fingers developed dexterity and strength, twisting fibres, guiding shuttles, and tying knots that held the structure of fabric together. At the same time, she learned recipes, methods of storage, and ways to supervise servants or younger siblings, absorbing a practical knowledge that would form the basis of her future role as wife and mother. Moralists praised women who stayed close to the household tasks, and praised parents who kept girls modestly occupied within the home, rather than exposing them excessively to the public gaze. Even so, the boundaries were not absolute. Some women participated in family businesses, kept accounts, or read and copied letters, and their early training, though less publicly recognised than that of their brothers, contributed in vital ways to the functioning of Roman society. For many boys who did not progress through the full sequence of literature, grammaticus, and rhetor, practical training in a craft or trade formed the main avenue of education beyond early childhood. A child might begin helping in a workshop as soon as he was capable of simple tasks, sweeping floors, carrying tools, or turning a grindstone. As he grew older, he learned to handle more specialised equipment. In a metalworker's shop, this meant learning the weight and balance of hammers, the qualities of different alloys, and the behaviour of heated metal on an anvil. In a potter's yard, it meant understanding the stages by which raw clay was kneaded, shaped on a wheel, dried, and fired in a kiln whose temperatures had to be judged by colour and by experience. In bakeries, the boy walked among the great stone mills turned by animal or human power, watched dough being mixed in troughs, and learned to tend the domed ovens whose heat baked countless loaves for the surrounding neighbourhood. Agricultural training followed similar patterns, though spread across fields and farm buildings rather than concentrated in urban workshops. A boy on a villa estate learned to handle ploughs, to recognise the right moment for sowing and harvesting, and to care for animals whose strength was essential to transport and ploughing. Tools such as sickles, spades and pruning knives became familiar extensions of his hands, their wooden handles worn smooth by repeated use. The rhythms of the agricultural year, with its sequence of ploughing, sowing, weeding, harvesting, and storing, formed a calendar of work as potent as any school timetable. Knowledge was passed on orally and by demonstration from fathers, overseers, and experienced labourers, many of whom were enslaved. Here the boundary between free and unfree workers often blurred in practice, even though law and status remained distinct. The child's education in this setting prepared him not for eloquence in the forum, but for competence in the tasks that sustained the material life of the empire. Enslaved children and the children of freed persons underwent their own forms of training, shaped by the roles they were expected to fill. In the households of the wealthy, some enslaved boys were selected for skilled positions such as scribes, secretaries, or stewards. They were taught to read and write, sometimes in both Latin and Greek, so that they could copy documents, manage accounts, and handle correspondence. Their schooling might take place alongside that of freeborn children, but its purpose was framed in terms of service rather than personal advancement. Others were trained in domestic crafts, learning to cook, to serve at table, to manage clothing, and to care for the complex installations of bath suites and gardens. Enslaved girls learned textile work, childcare, and the detailed routines of cleaning and maintenance in houses or apartments. For freed persons who had emerged from slavery but remained bound by ties of obligation to former owners, education opened specific possibilities. Literate freedmen could act as business agents, shop managers, or estate administrators, while literate freedwomen might keep accounts in workshops or run small trades. In inscriptions, one finds references to teachers, doctors, and craftsmen who were freed persons, suggesting that specialised training could confer a degree of independence and respect despite humble origins. In all these cases, education, whether formal or informal, was a means by which the vast machinery of Roman society reproduced itself, ensuring that each generation learned the skills required to maintain buildings, farms, fleets, rituals, and bureaucracies. The child's path through this system depended heavily on birth, wealth, and luck, but the underlying principle remained constant, that knowledge in the form of letters, numbers, or techniques was transmitted piece by piece through long hours of guided practice. The daily timetable of a schoolchild in Rome or in a provincial town was shaped around light, temperature, and the practical needs of families. Lessons often began early, at or shortly after sunrise, so as to make use of the cooler hours and to leave afternoons partially free for other obligations. Boys might take a simple meal before leaving the house, bread dipped in wine or spread with cheese, then walk through streets already stirring with commerce, accompanied by their pedagogos or by an older sibling. At school, hours of recitation and copying were broken by short pauses, during which children stretched their legs, whispered to one another, or recited lines under their breath to fix them in memory. Noise from the street, the clatter of carts and the cry of hawkers drifted in, sometimes distracting, sometimes forming a familiar background that was easy to ignore. When school was dismissed, often around midday or somewhat later, the child returned home to eat, rest, or take up supplementary tasks. For some, this meant further study under the eye of a family member or hired tutor, revising texts or practicing writing. For others, it meant helping in a shop, running errands, or assisting with household chores. The calendar of public festivals, which was dense in Rome, also imposed interruptions and variations. On certain days, schools closed so that both teachers and pupils could attend processions, sacrifices and games, or simply rest. In these intervals, the classroom ideals of order and eloquence met the crowded, noisy reality of the streets, where performers, priests, and magistrates enacted roles that the educated youth might one day assume. Over the years, this alternation between focused study and immersion in urban life prepared the child to move more confidently among the multiple spaces of the Roman world, from the quiet of the school to the bustle of the forum and the gravity of the law court. By the close of adolescence, the outlines of a Roman citizen's future were more clearly drawn. Some had completed the full sequence of schools and now stood ready to assume the toga of adult citizenship in its fuller sense, to serve as advocates, administrators, or officers. Others, who had left formal education earlier, were already well advanced in crafts, agriculture, or trade, their hands and minds trained to the tasks that would sustain them. Girls who had learned letters, domestic skills, and perhaps some elements of accounting were prepared for marriage and the management of households that might include children, slaves, and complex property. In each case, the years of schooling or training formed a bridge between the vulnerability of early childhood and the responsibilities of adult life. The next stages of the life cycle would involve work, love, and participation in the rituals and politics of the city, but they would always be coloured by the habits of thought, speech, and movement acquired during these long days on benches, in workshops, and under open skies. As the Roman child moved beyond the first stages of schooling and practical training, the city around them revealed another dimension, that of play and spectacle. Daily life in Rome was not a continuous chain of labour and instruction. It was punctuated by moments when bodies could run, shout, and compete, and by days when the entire urban population turned its attention to games in a different sense, the great public festivals sponsored by magistrates and emperors. For a boy or girl of 8, 10, or 12 years, Rome was both a workplace and a playground, both a schoolroom and a theatre. These same stone pavements that carried carts and processions also bore the marks of small feet and the scraping of game pieces. The same open spaces where magistrates addressed citizens became arenas for children to chase hoops or play at soldier. To understand the life cycle of a Roman citizen, it is necessary to linger for a time in these more relaxed hours, when the discipline of the classroom relaxed and the city appeared as a vast layered landscape of play. The simplest and most frequent forms of play did not require elaborate equipment. Archaeological finds and literary references show Roman children using objects so modest that they could be found or improvised almost anywhere. Nuts, especially hazelnuts and walnuts, served both as food and as tokens in games, rolled, tossed, or staked in wagers. Small animal bones from sheep or goats, the knuckle bones later used by adults in games of chance, were handled by children in patterns of throwing and catching, each successful sequence provoking laughter and attempted imitation. Balls, made from stitched leather, stuffed with wool, feathers, or hair, were passed, bounced, and kicked in courtyards and on quiet stretches of street. Simple hoops, sometimes of metal, sometimes of bent wood, were driven along with sticks. Dolls carved from wood or moulded in terracotta appeared in little hands, some with movable limbs attached by pegs, others more rudimentary but still capable of being cradled, dressed, and scolded. Miniature carts and animals, fashioned from clay, bone, or scrap wood, formed small processions across floors and thresholds. Through such objects, children practiced coordination, learned the behaviour of materials, and wove the beginnings of stories and roles. The spaces in which these games unfolded varied with the architecture and social status of the household. In a domus, the central atrium and the peristyle garden provided relatively safe and sheltered areas for play. The atrium floor, with its mosaic patterns and central water basin, offered smooth surfaces for rolling nuts or knuckle bones, and the colonnades around the garden formed natural circuits for running, chasing, and hiding. Children learned quickly which parts of the house were available for noisy play, and which were reserved for quieter behaviour, adjusting their movements to the presence of elders, clients, or guests. Outside the front door lay the street, paved in large basalt blocks, interrupted by stepping stones that allowed pedestrians to cross when rain filled the ruts of cartwheels. Between passing vehicles, children might draw simple game boards with bits of charcoal, marking grids or patterns into which stones or shards of pottery were moved according to rules now only partly recoverable. To inhabit such a space was to learn constant alertness, listening for the rumble of cartwheels and the calls of drivers, and retreating to doorways or side alleys when traffic approached. The street was never entirely free of danger, yet it remained one of the most accessible arenas for play, especially for those whose homes offered little interior space. In the insulae, the tall apartment blocks that housed much of the population, staircases, landings, and shared courtyards served as the chief playgrounds. Children ran up and down wooden stairs, their hands sliding along rough rails or directly along plastered walls, learning by experience which steps creaked, which boards were loose, and where to avoid slippery patches near spilled water or refuse. In small courtyards at ground level, where wells or cistern mouths stood, there was room for circle games, for chasing, and for simple contests of strength or speed. These spaces, enclosed by walls but open to the sky, resonated with the sounds of many households, the calls of mothers, the clatter of cooking, and the ring of a hammer in a ground-floor workshop. Children from different families met here, sharing toys, quarrelling over nuts or bones, and quickly resolving disputes under the watchful eyes of adults whose work kept them near. Streets just beyond the doorway added another layer, with their vendors, animals, and casual spectators. For a child of the insula, play was rarely solitary. It was embedded in a dense network of neighbours, passers-by, and involuntary audiences, so that games became early exercises in negotiation, alliance, and rivalry. Beyond the household and street, one of the most important environments of play and sociability for older children and adolescents was the public bath complex. Even modest towns possessed such structures, and Rome itself contained large imperial baths that combined monumental architecture with their everyday practical functions. A boy accompanying his father or older brother to the baths stepped into a sequence of spaces designed to manage water, heat, and bodies with remarkable sophistication. Changing rooms with benches and wall niches for clothing gave way to warm rooms, hot rooms, and pools of varying temperatures, all under high-vaulted ceilings that amplified voices and splashes. For children, these baths offered water in abundance, a luxury compared to the limited basins and jars at home. They swam, splashed, and practiced simple exercises, their play constrained by the expectations of decorum, but not entirely suppressed. On the paving stones and around the pools, games with balls, discus-like objects, and simple wrestling matches unfolded. The materials of the baths, smooth marble slabs, terracotta tiles, and carefully laid bricks in the hypercoarse pillars under the floors, formed both a tactile background and an implicit lesson in the power of Roman engineering to create spaces where cleanliness, health, and controlled pleasure could coexist. If daily play trained the body and senses, the great public festivals trained the imagination, linking individual experience to the rhythms of the civic calendar. The Roman year was studded with days dedicated to particular gods, each with its rituals and sometimes with associated public games sponsored by magistrates. On such days, schools often closed, and children were led by family members or older companions to watch processions, sacrifices, and spectacles. The Circus Maximus, lying in its broad valley between the Palatine and Aventine hills, was the greatest of the venues for these spectacles. Its elongated track, bordered by tiers of wooden and later stone seating, could hold many tens of thousands of spectators. From the perspective of a child, ascending the stairways and entering the stands, the space must have seemed vast. A rectangle of beaten sand surrounded by a rising mass of humanity, all focused on the central spine with its turning posts and richly decorated shrines. Before the races, processions of charioteers, musicians, and images of the gods paraded along the track, accompanied by the blare of trumpets and the rumble of drums. The smell of horse sweat, trampled sand, and food sold by vendors filled the air. When the starting gates flew open and the teams surged forward, the roar of the crowd rose like a physical wave, imprinting on the child's memory the power of collective emotion released in a controlled environment. The amphitheatre, most famously the great Flavian structure later known as the Colosseum, added another dimension to the festival experience, more ambivalent and charged. Here too, children were present, though modern sensibilities might recoil at the exposure of young eyes to combat and blood. For Romans, these spectacles belonged to the fabric of civic life, and attendance signalled participation in a shared culture. The amphitheatre's elliptical arena, surrounded by rising tiers of seats, presented a carefully framed stage on which animal hunts, executions of condemned criminals, and gladiatorial combats took place. A child sat with family members under the open sky, sometimes shaded by awnings of dyed fabric stretched overhead, and watched as sand was raked, props were assembled, and performers entered through gated corridors. The materials of the building, travertine blocks on the exterior, brick and concrete in the internal structure, and wooden seating where marble was absent, showed again the capacity of Roman builders to shape vast spaces for specific emotional purposes. The reactions of the crowd, cheers for a skilled fighter, gasps at sudden reversals, and applause for imperial generosity in granting extra shows, taught lessons about bravery, fortune, and public opinion that were deeply internalized. Religious festivals such as Saturnalia, held in the dark season when the days were shortest, reached more directly into the daily lives of children and families. Saturnalia was characterized by role reversals, the temporary relaxation of social hierarchies, and an atmosphere of license that both delighted and disturbed moralists. For a few days, normal patterns of dress and address were loosened. Slaves wore the felt caps associated with freedom, masters served at table, and children were allowed greater freedom in speech and behaviour. Small gifts circulated, especially among the young, including figurines, nuts, and simple toys. Gambling with dice or knucklebones, usually frowned upon for the respectable, was more openly tolerated during this festival. For children, Saturnalia was an initiation into the idea that time itself could be manipulated, that there were seasons when the world was turned upside down, only to be righted again afterwards. The materials of the festival, wax candles presented as gifts, garlands of greenery hung on doorways and statues, and special foods prepared at home, all contributed to an atmosphere in which ordinary rooms and streets seemed temporarily transformed. Other festivals, more restrained but equally significant, punctuated the year with processions and sacrifices that children could watch from thresholds, porticos, or the edges of squares. The Ludi Romani and other games in honour of Jupiter brought chariot races and theatrical performances. Festivals for Ceres, Diana, or Magna Mater involved parades of priests and devotees carrying sacred objects, accompanied by flutes, drums, and ritual chants. Children saw statues of gods borne high on platforms, their painted faces and gilded attributes catching the light. They smelled the smoke of burnt offerings, watched animals decorated with ribbons and flowers led to altars, and heard prayers expressed in formulaic language that connected present supplicants with ancestral tradition. These impressions were often fragmentary, glimpsed between the legs of taller spectators or from the less privileged seating areas. Yet over time they accumulated into a durable sense that the city's life flowed according to rhythms sanctioned by divine beings, and that participation in festivals, whether as observer or active worshipper, was part of being truly Roman. The line between play and more serious behaviour was not always clear, and Roman authors themselves commented on the dangers of excessive gaming. Dice, marked with pips, were officially associated with adults and with forms of gambling that could lead to financial ruin. Yet children imitated such practices in miniature, using nuts or knuckle bones as stakes, learning the thrill of risk and the disappointment of loss. Moralists advised parents to monitor these activities, allowing some play while discouraging habits that could later turn into vice. Competitive games of physical strength, running races, wrestling or lifting weights fashioned from stones or metal also occupied boys in particular. These contests took place in open areas near baths, in fields outside the city walls, or in less crowded parts of the urban fabric. Boys divided into teams, sometimes taking the names of chariot factions or military units, and played at battles, using sticks for swords and improvised shields of wicker or scrapwood. Through such games, they rehearsed roles of command and obedience, courage and retreat, in forms that would one day be required more seriously in military or civic service. For girls, play often intertwined with future domestic roles, without entirely excluding more vigorous activity. Dolls and miniature furniture, some of which survive in burial contexts, allowed girls to imitate household management, arranging tiny chests, beds, and utensils, and assigning tasks to imagined or real companions. Small looms and spindles given as toys introduced textile work in a playful manner, even as they foreshadowed adult responsibilities. Yet girls could also run, dance, and participate in simple ball games, especially within the privacy of the home or in female-dominated spaces such as certain parts of the baths. Festivals offered opportunities for public appearance, walking with family in processions, or watching performances from designated seating areas. In some religious rites, girls served as attendants or carried offerings, their movements choreographed and supervised, but still providing a sense of participation in something larger than the household. The boundaries set by gender were real, but they did not entirely erase the shared experiences of watching races, listening to musicians, and feeling the city shift into holiday mode. Taken together, the games and festivals of Rome created an urban landscape of play that was as formative for the young citizen as schooling or work. Through daily play with simple objects, children learned the physical properties of their world, the weight of stones, the bounce of leather balls, the resistance of wood and clay. Through movement in streets, courtyards, baths, and great arenas, they developed a mental map of the city that linked private, semi-private, and fully public spaces. Through festivals, they learned the calendar of their community, the names of gods, and the emotional pattern of anticipation, excitement, and return to normality. Even when adulthood brought heavier responsibilities, memories of childhood games and spectacles remained, quietly shaping expectations about what it meant for a city to be alive. In the next phases of life, work, love, and military or civic duty would often limit the time available for play. Yet the skills, impressions, and rituals absorbed in these earlier years continued to inform the way Roman citizens moved, spoke, and celebrated together under the Mediterranean sky. In the daily life of a Roman citizen, the struggle to secure food and water forms an almost invisible skeleton beneath more visible activities such as schooling, worship, and public spectacle. 3 times a day, or more modestly twice, the rhythms of hunger and thirst interrupt work and guide movement through streets and rooms. Each morsel of bread, each cup of wine mixed with water, represents the endpoint of long chains of production that extend from distant fields, across seas, through warehouses and markets, into kitchens, and finally onto coarse pottery plates or polished silver dishes. For the inhabitants of the city of Rome, far removed from most sources of grain and oil, the question of supply was always present, even when not consciously articulated. A failed harvest in Africa or Sicily, a storm in the central Mediterranean, or a disruption in river transport along the Tiber could, within weeks, raise prices and provoke anxious talk in markets and streets. Behind the apparent solidity of stone buildings and paved roads lay a continual negotiation with scarcity, in which the ordinary citizen participated each time he or she stepped out to purchase bread, measure wine, or draw water from a public fountain. At the heart of this system stood grain, above all the varieties of wheat that formed the basis of bread and porridge. For centuries, Roman policy had been shaped by the need to secure regular shipments of grain from provinces rich in cereal production. Vast quantities arrived in the harbour facilities downstream at Ostia and Portus, carried in seagoing ships with hulls of timber, their holds packed with sacks and baskets. From there, river barges brought grain up the Tiber to warehouses near the city, long buildings known as Heirs, constructed of brick with thick walls, small high-placed windows, and raised floors to protect contents from damp. Inside, grain was stored in large heaps or in tall containers of wood or ceramic, guarded by keepers who recorded quantities on wax tablets. For some citizens, especially those enrolled in the grain distributions, a portion of this stored grain would be allocated each month, measured out in standard units and carried home in sacks. Others purchased their grain directly from merchants in the market, negotiating prices that shifted with season and supply. In both cases, the basic fact remained that the daily loaf depended on processes that connected a modest kitchen to distant provincial landscapes. Transforming grain into edible food required labour, fuel and specialised installations. In many urban districts, bakeries formed a characteristic element of the built environment, their presence marked by the deep, regular tread of millstones and the aroma of fresh bread drifting into the street. Inside a typical bakery, rotary mills of stone stood on low bases, their upper cones turned either by donkeys or by teams of enslaved workers. Grain was poured into the top, and as the heavy stone rotated, it crushed the kernels into flour that fell into circular troughs below. This flour, mixed with water and sometimes with sourdough starter saved from previous batches, formed dough that was kneaded in large basins, the workers' hands and forearms dusted white. Nearby, ovens built of brick and lined with refractory materials dominated one end of the room. These ovens resembled shallow domes or beehives with a low opening at the front. Wood or charcoal burned inside until the walls and floor absorbed sufficient heat. Then embers were swept aside, and loaves were slid in on long-handled wooden paddles. The oven mouth was partly closed with a stone or metal door, and the bread baked in the retained heat, the crust forming under conditions that could be judged only by experienced eyes and ears. The loaves that emerged from these ovens varied in form and quality. Some were simple round loaves, marked with divisions to facilitate breaking into portions. Others were more refined, intended for wealthier customers, made from finer flour that had been sifted to remove bran. Marks were sometimes stamped into the upper surface, indicating the bakery, the owner, or the person for whom the bread had been prepared. These baked goods were sold directly from the bakery, displayed on wooden shelves or counters that opened onto the street, or carried by vendors through nearby neighbourhoods. For households that received grain rather than bread, smaller mills within the home or in communal spaces could be used. Hand-turned querns consisting of two circular stones between which grain was ground by muscle power. In humbler dwellings, porridge made from coarsely ground grain, boiled in water with salt and perhaps a little oil, remained a common staple, eaten from simple bowls of pottery. Thus, whether in the form of elaborate loaves carried home in baskets or of thick steaming gruel ladled into chipped vessels, grain reappeared each day as the material foundation of survival. Alongside grain, pulses, vegetables, oil and wine formed the other major pillars of the Roman diet. Lentils, chickpeas and broad beans were inexpensive sources of protein, sold loose in the markets from large sacks and storage jars. Vegetables varied with season and region: cabbages, leeks, onions and leafy greens in cooler months, cucumbers, lettuces and gourds in warmer seasons. Fruit such as apples, pears, figs and grapes appeared fresh when available and dried or preserved at other times, strung in garlands or stored in jars. Olive oil pressed from fruit harvested in Italy, Spain, Africa and the eastern provinces arrived in the city in tall amphorae, their pointed bases wedged in sand or special racks. At the oil merchant's stall, customers brought their own containers, often smaller ceramic jugs, which were filled from larger vessels using ladles or siphons. Wine, too, was transported in amphorae, some containing modest local vintages, others holding more prestigious products from renowned districts, their surfaces marked with painted inscriptions naming producer, contents, and sometimes the date of the consuls in office. For preservation and flavour, Romans used salt, vinegar, and various herbs, and most households, even modest ones, kept a small store of salted fish or pickled vegetables to lend interest to otherwise simple dishes. A distinctive seasoning, fish sauce produced by fermenting small fish in brine, was traded widely and used in tiny quantities to enhance the taste of food, its intense flavour penetrating kitchens in city and countryside alike. Meat and fish placed a sharper line between the diets of rich and poor, though both groups consumed these foods at least occasionally. Cattle, sheep, pigs and goats were driven into the city from surrounding regions to be slaughtered in designated areas or near the markets. Butchers worked with iron knives, cleavers and saws, cutting carcasses into joints displayed on wooden tables or hanging from hooks. Blood ran into drains and heaps of offal and bone collected, attracting dogs and savaging birds. Well-off households could afford regular purchases of better cuts, roasting or stewing them in kitchens equipped with spits and larger pots. Poorer citizens and freed persons might buy cheaper pieces, bones with some flesh attached, organs or preserved products such as sausages, which allowed meat to be stretched further. Festivals involving public sacrifice altered this pattern, at least temporarily. When animals were offered to the gods, certain portions were burned on the altar, while the remainder was consumed by priests and distributed among participants. On such occasions, even those who rarely tasted meat could receive a share, boiled or roasted in large communal cauldrons. Fish reached the city from rivers, lakes and the sea, transported fresh in baskets with damp seaweed or packed in salt, the smell of which permeated streets near fish markets. Oysters and other shellfish supplied more luxurious tables, their shells accumulating in waste heaps that attested to the appetites of the affluent. Water, so essential yet so easily taken for granted, had its own complex infrastructure in Rome. Aqueducts constructed of stone, brick and concrete carried flows from distant springs and rivers across valleys and along hillsides, maintaining a precise gradient that allowed water to move steadily toward the city. Arched arcades visible to citizens as they walked along roads or cultivated fields near their bases, supported channels lined with waterproof mortar. Upon reaching the urban area, these flows entered distribution tanks and were directed into a network of pipes made from lead or terracotta, which carried water to public fountains, baths, and, in some cases, private houses of the wealthy. For most citizens, the nearest point of access was a public fountain or basin, constructed of stone, with water issuing continuously from spouts into a trough. Here, at most hours of the day, one could see an ever-changing assembly of individuals, enslaved and free, drawing water into buckets and jars. The vessels themselves varied from large terracotta amphorae balanced on shoulders, to smaller wooden pails carried in pairs with the aid of yokes across the back. In insulae without internal water supply, the ascent of these heavy containers up staircases formed a regular test of strength and endurance, repeated day after day. Within the household, water had to be stored, rationed, and reused with care. Large jars stood in corners of kitchens or service rooms, their interiors sometimes coated with pitch to reduce seepage. Smaller containers, bowls, and jugs served for washing hands, face and utensils, with dirty water thrown into drains where they existed, or out into the street where they did not, contributing to the general dampness and smell of alleyways. Drinking water was rarely consumed entirely plain by adults. Instead, it was commonly mixed with wine in modest proportions, both to improve taste and, according to contemporary beliefs, to promote health. In elite houses, mixing took place in specialized vessels of ceramic or metal, from which the diluted liquid was poured into individual cups. In more modest homes, a simple jug sufficed, with wine and water judged by eye and by habit. Children and slaves often received thinner mixtures or, at times, water alone. Baths, whether private installations within large houses or public facilities, were significant consumers of water, requiring constant inflow to maintain pools at appropriate levels and temperatures. Fuel for heating bath water and for cooking further linked the daily work of survival to networks of transport and trade. Fuel, usually in the form of firewood or charcoal, was another critical material in the quiet choreography of survival. Trees cut in surrounding regions, or even from more distant forests, produced logs that were dried, split and transported by cart or boat to the city. Charcoal made by controlled burning of wood in covered pits or mounds to drive off volatile components and leave a more efficient fuel arrived in sacks that could be carried on human backs. In kitchens, masonry hearths built of brick or stone provided raised platforms where fire could be contained. Coals glowed under pottery or metal vessels, the flames carefully managed by adding or withdrawing fuel. Portable braziers of bronze or iron allowed heat to be moved within house or apartment, used for cooking in rooms without fixed hearths, or for warming spaces in colder weather. The child or adolescent sent to buy fuel learned to judge weight and price, to recognise good charcoal that burned steadily from poor material that produced excessive smoke. Fire was always both servant and danger. Insular residents in particular were acutely aware that a single overturned brazier or an unwatched flame could produce a blaze that raced through wooden beams and partitions, threatening entire blocks. All these material arrangements expressed and reinforced social differences. In the dining rooms of the wealthy, meals unfolded in a setting designed as much for display as for nourishment. The dining room, or triclinium, often opened onto a garden or courtyard, its walls decorated with elaborate paintings of mythical scenes, landscapes or architectural vistas. Guests reclined on couches arranged in a U-shape around a central table, their bodies draped in fine garments of wool or linen, sometimes silk imported along long trade routes. Servants brought in successive courses on dishes of silver, bronze or fine pottery, placing them within easy reach of the reclining diners. Bread of fine flour, tender meat, exotic fruits, and carefully seasoned fish appeared in variety, along with sauces that displayed the cook's art. Wine from esteemed regions was poured, mixed with water in proportion to taste and custom. In such settings, an excess of food could even be a problem, leading moralists to complain about waste and luxury. By contrast, in modest rooms of an insula, a family sat on stools or low benches around a simple table, or ate from a shared bowl placed on a chest or on the floor. Their meal might consist of a coarse loaf, a pot of vegetables and pulses simmered together, a little oil, and perhaps a small amount of cheese or salted fish. The pottery in use was thick-walled and undecorated, valued more for durability than for beauty. Yet whether in splendour or in poverty, the work that filled pots and cups remained connected to a broad set of anonymous hands. Farmers sowed and harvested in fields they might not own, under the direction of landholders or estate managers. Mill workers turned stones from dawn until dusk, their muscles and joints worn by repetitive motion. Bakers rose before first light to prepare dough and heat ovens so that bread would be ready when customers arrived. Water carriers climbed staircases that others preferred not to ascend, bearing burdens that cut into shoulders. Women and enslaved servants within homes sorted, washed, chopped, stirred and served, their effort transforming raw products into meals that others would consume in moments. Every day these actions had to be repeated, without the possibility of long interruption, because the human body, however disciplined by Roman ideals of self-control, still required regular intake of food and liquid. Periods of shortage, when grain shipments were delayed or prices rose sharply, exposed the fragility of these arrangements. Crowds gathered at distribution points, voices were raised in complaint, and officials responsible for supply became targets of anger. For the ordinary citizen who lived through such episodes, the daily act of eating and drinking could never be entirely separated from an awareness, however inarticulate, that survival rested on a delicate balance between nature, infrastructure, and human labour. From the moment a Roman child opened its eyes on the light of the atrium or the dimness of an insular room, its body was wrapped not only in swaddling bands but in expectations encoded in cloth. Clothing in Rome was never mere protection against heat or cold. It was a language made of fibres and dyes, a system of signals that could be read at a glance by anyone in the street or the forum. To ask how a Roman citizen dressed is to ask how status, gender, age, and occupation were made visible on the surface of the body. The boy in his bordered toga, the matron in her stola and veil, the slave in a plain belted tunic, and the magistrate shining in bright white wool all moved through the same city, yet their garments separated them as clearly as walls. The climate of central Italy, with its hot summers and cooler, damp winters, demanded versatility from textiles, but social meaning often weighed more heavily than physical comfort. Thus, as our citizen grows from childhood toward youth and adulthood, each change of dress marks a stage not only in personal growth, but in integration into the hierarchies of Roman society, The raw materials that lay behind this visible language came above all from sheep and from the flax plant. Wool was the dominant fibre, thick and warm when worn in layers, capable of being woven into coarse everyday cloth or into fine, soft garments for the wealthy. Sheep grazed on hillsides in Italy and in distant provinces, their fleeces shorn with iron shears and sorted according to quality. Raw wool then passed through the hands of washers who cleaned it in water mixed with urine or other agents to remove grease and dirt, and of carders who teased out tangles with combs. Spinners, often women working with simple drop spindles in houses or workshops, twisted the fibres into thread, which in turn was woven on upright looms, the warp threads held under tension by clay or stone weights. Linen, smoother and cooler, came from the stalks of flax, which were retted, beaten and combed before being spun and woven, providing undergarments and lighter outer clothing. More exotic fibres, such as cotton from the east and silk acquired through long chains of trade, appeared in small quantities among the elite, their rarity itself becoming a mark of distinction. Once cloth existed, colour added another layer of meaning. Natural wool in shades of white, cream, brown or black formed the basis of many garments, but dyes allowed Romans to create more striking effects. Plant-based dyes produced yellows, greens and soft reds, while more costly substances derived from insects or shellfish yielded deep purples and rich crimson tones. The most famous of these, the purple associated with high office and imperial authority, came from marine snails processed in coastal workshops, the dye extracted through laborious methods that required vast quantities of raw material. Linen could also be dyed, though often it retained its pale hue. Dyeing itself took place in vats where cloth was immersed, heated and turned, the dyers judging the progress of colour by eye under changing light. The smell of these workshops, strong and penetrating, clung to neighbouring streets. In this way, the colour of a cloak or border became not only an aesthetic choice, but a condensed history of labour and expense, visible in a flash as someone passed in the crowd. At the base of Roman dress stood the tunic, a simple garment yet capable of endless variation. For men and boys, the tunic was usually a T-shaped piece of cloth, formed from two rectangles sewn at the sides, with openings left for arms and head, girded at the waist with a belt. It might fall to the knees for those engaged in active work, or lower for those of higher status who wished to emphasise dignity rather than ease of movement. Women's tunics tended to be longer, reaching to the ankles, and could be supplemented by an overgarment. Children wore smaller versions, often more loosely cut, allowing for growth. Over the tunic, citizens and non-citizens added cloaks of various forms, short or long, pinned at the shoulder with metal brooches. Slaves and the poor made do with garments of coarse, undyed wool, whose rough texture and limited cut spoke of constraint. By contrast, the wealthy wore tunics of finer weave, sometimes with coloured stripes woven into the fabric, indicating rank or office. Underneath, some individuals wore a light undergarment, also of linen or fine wool, further blurring the boundary between textile and skin. For the Roman male citizen, the most emblematic, and in many ways most cumbersome garment was the toga. This large, semicircular or oval piece of woolen cloth, carefully folded and draped, was both a privilege and a burden. It was heavy, especially when woven from thick wool, and required practice or the assistance of a servant to arrange correctly over the tunic. Draped so that it passed under one arm and over the opposite shoulder, with deep folds falling in front and behind, the toga restricted rapid movements and made manual labour impractical. Precisely for this reason, it symbolised a life directed towards civic affairs rather than physical work. Boys of freeborn status wore the toga with a purple border, the toga praetexta, during their youth, marking them as protected and under paternal authority. When a young man assumed the toga of adulthood, usually in his later teens, he shifted to the plain white toga virilis, an event celebrated by family and accompanied by visits to temples and, in Rome, to the Forum. Special variants existed for candidates for office, who wore a toga treated with chalk to make it gleam, and for mourners who donned darker or duller versions. In this way, a single type of garment carried within its folds a complex code of age, status, and circumstance. Women expressed their status through garments that framed the body in different ways. The married Roman matron ideally wore, over her tunic, a long, sleeveless or short-sleeved overdress known as the stola, belted high under the bust and sometimes again at the waist. This garment, when present, marked her as a legitimate wife under the protection of marriage law. Over both tunic and stola she might drape a large rectangular mantle, the palla, which could be wrapped around shoulders and drawn up to cover the head when outside, creating a mobile veil that expressed modesty and respectability. The fabrics and colours of these garments varied with wealth. Fine wool and linen in soft tones or rich dyes distinguished the attire of those who could afford them, while the garments of poorer women, though cut in similar shapes, showed coarser fibres, simpler finishing, and signs of mending. Enslaved women typically wore a single tunic, sometimes belted, without the additional layers that signalled full free status. Yet even here, adornment and adaptation occurred, as women added simple cords, coloured borders or small brooches to personalise their dress within the constraints imposed by masters and means. Footwear, often overlooked in literary sources, played a crucial role in everyday experience and in the signalling of status. The basic distinction was between sandals, open shoes secured by straps, and closed shoes that encased the foot more fully. Citizens of some rank wore the calceus, a closed shoe of leather, laced up the front or side, sometimes coloured to indicate membership in a particular order. Humble citizens and freed persons more often wore simple sandals, their soles cut from layers of leather and their straps adjusted to the shape of the foot. Soldiers had their own distinct footwear, heavy sandals with thick soles studded with metal hobnails, the caligae, which left strong impressions on soft ground and produced a characteristic sound on stone roads. Many slaves went barefoot within the house, though for outdoor work they might possess rough sandals. To be barefoot in public without necessity suggested poverty or dishonour, while to go shod in fine, well-maintained shoes indicated resources and care. The child, as it grew, learned the feel of each type, the freedom and danger of bare feet on rough surfaces, the security of sandals and the encasing pressure of more elaborate shoes required on formal occasions. Hair and grooming extended the language of clothing onto the body itself. Boys were often kept with hair relatively short, though styles varied across time, while girls' hair was sometimes allowed to grow longer, tied back with ribbons or simple bands. When boys assumed the toga of manhood, the cutting and dedication of the first beard or of a lock of hair could form part of the ritual, linking bodily change to civic status. Adult male hairstyles changed slowly across centuries, moving from the clean-shaven ideals of certain periods to the bearded fashions encouraged by later emperors. Barbers, working in small shops or under porticos, shaved faces with iron razors, trimmed hair, and sometimes offered minor medical services. Their shops were places of gossip as well as grooming. Women's hair, especially among the elite, became the subject of elaborate art. Skilled hairdressers often enslaved, twisted, braided, and piled hair into complex arrangements, using pins of bone, bronze, or precious metals to secure the structures. Wigs made from human or animal hair, curled and perfumed, allowed rapid changes of style and compensated for thinning or loss. To pass a wealthy matron in the street was to see not only wool and linen, but also an architecture of hair that required time and specialised hands, silent evidence of the labour of others woven into personal display. Jewellery and small accessories added points of brightness and reinforced messages encoded in cloth and hair. Rings were ubiquitous, worn by men and women, sometimes several on each hand. The signet ring, with its engraved gem or metal bezel, allowed a man to seal documents in wax, leaving a unique impression that combined legal function with personal prestige. Bracelets of bronze, silver or gold encircled wrists, while necklaces of glass beads, gemstones or shells rested on tunic or skin. Earrings, often with dangling elements, caught the light near the face. Brooches or fibulae fastened garments and could be simple utilitarian pins or elaborate pieces inlaid with enamel or stones. The materials used reflected wealth and access to trade networks. Glass workshops produced colourful beads and inlays, while goldsmiths hammered and twisted precious metals into intricate forms. Alongside these ornaments, cosmetics and perfumes shaped appearance and scent. Certain women applied dark substances to their eyelashes and brows, powders to lighten the skin, and rouge to cheeks and lips, drawing on ingredients imported from distant lands as well as local plants and minerals. Perfumers blended oils with aromatic resins and spices, storing them in small flasks of glass or pottery. Moralists railed against excess in adornment, yet the continuing demand for such items shows how deeply the desire to manage and enhance appearance ran through Roman society. Accumulated over time, garments and adornments also told stories of age, work and fortune. The tunic of a labourer bore stains that no fuller could fully remove, frayed at cuffs and hem, and developed patches where fabric had worn thin. Cloaks acquired repairs, squares of different cloth stitched carefully yet visibly into the original. These marks spoke of prudence and necessity, a fabric valued too highly to discard. In contrast, the garments of the wealthy, though also repaired, could be replaced more often, their wear less evident. Old men in simple, well-worn togas, old women in faded shawls, presented bodies shaped not only by flesh and bone, but by decades of contact with textiles, seasons, and work. Clothing even accompanied citizens into death. The body laid out in the house might be dressed in its best garments, and later, on pyre or in grave, clothing and ornaments were sometimes burned or buried with the deceased, to appear centuries later in archaeological finds. The freed person's cap worn by those who had emerged from slavery, the soldier's belt and cloak, and the dark garments of mourners all illustrated how key moments of transition and identity were marked by specific items of dress. Thus, from infancy to old age, the Roman citizen lived in a continuous exchange with cloth, leather, metal, and scent. Each morning, the act of dressing inscribed the body into its social category, reaffirming or occasionally challenging expectations about gender, status, and role. The child who had once been wrapped in soft swaddling now tied his own belt, arranged his own mantle, or supervised the dressing of children and dependents. To walk through the streets of Rome was to move through a living gallery of textiles and bodies, where every passerby carried visible markers of belonging and difference. In subsequent stages of life, as work, illness, and aging altered the body, clothing would continue to mediate between inner experience and outer world, shaping how the individuals were seen and how they saw themselves. Beneath the marble statues that have come down to us, often stripped of their original paint and metal fittings, stood real men and women whose daily choices of tunic, cloak, sandal, and ornament formed an essential, if often simple, part of what it meant to inhabit the vast, complex world of the Roman Empire. As the Roman citizen passed from adolescence into early adulthood, the world of play and schooling gradually yielded to the world of work. The boy who had once chased balls in the atrium or rolled knucklebones in the courtyard now found his days defined by tools, schedules, and obligations. The girl who had learned to spin and to manage small household tasks now confronted the sustained responsibilities of textile production, storage, and supervision of others. In the city of Rome and in the surrounding countryside, labour took many forms, but all shared certain features: the repetition of movements, the dependence on materials that came from distant regions, and the constant awareness that food, clothing, and shelter existed only because hands had shaped raw matter into useful form. To describe the life of a citizen in this phase is therefore to move slowly through workshops, fields, and markets, observing the fine grain of activity that underpinned the more visible splendours of temples, baths, and theatres. In the city, one of the most characteristic environments of work was the small workshop opening directly onto the street. Behind a wide doorway, often closed at night with wooden shutters that slid into grooves or were barred with beams. The artisan's world extended a few paces back into shadow. Floors might be of beaten earth or rough stone, absorbing spills and filings. Against the walls stood benches of thick planks, stained and scarred by years of cutting and hammering. Tools hung from nails driven into plaster or were laid out in orderly rows. Chisels with sharp iron tips, wooden mallets, saws, tongs, awls and drills turned by bowstrings. The young citizen apprenticed here began with sweeping, carrying and watching, learning first to recognise the smell of fresh cut wood or newly struck metal, the sound of a file biting into bronze, or the way dust settled in beams of sunlight entering from the open doorway. Only gradually did he or she take tools in hand, imitating motions repeated countless times by the master and older workers. Consider, for example, the workshop of a metalworker who produced household items and small fittings. Bars and sheets of bronze or iron, acquired from larger dealers who imported raw or semi-finished metal from mining regions, lay stacked in a corner. A small forge provided focused heat, its bed of charcoal stirred by bellows whose leather sides wheezed rhythmically under the pressure of a worker's hands or feet. Above the glowing coals, metal changed colour from dark to red to yellow, signalling the moments when it was ready to be hammered, bent, or quenched. Anvils of different shapes stood anchored in heavy blocks of wood. The young assistant learned to judge temperature by eye, to strike with a hammer so that force was directed and not wasted, and to cool pieces in water or oil to achieve desired hardness. Sparks flew, scales of oxidized metal fell to the floor, and the air in the workshop carried a faint metallic tang. Finished objects, from door hinges and locks to lampstands and cooking utensils, were arranged for inspection, each one representing hours of labour and a chain of transactions that began in distant mines. Textile production, though often associated with the domestic sphere, also involved workshops and a high degree of specialisation. In certain quarters, one could find fullers, dyers and cloth merchants clustered together, their activities forming a kind of industrial landscape within the city. The fuller's establishment handled finished cloth and garments, cleansing and refining them. Large stone basins, sunk into the floor, held mixtures of water and cleansing agents such as urine and clay. Workers, often enslaved, stepped barefoot into these vats and trod cloth underfoot, their repetitive movements churning the liquid and forcing it through fibres. Rinsed pieces were then stretched on frames or hung over lines to dry, before being brushed and sometimes sheared with special tools to raise a softer nap. Nearby, dyers tended vats filled with coloured liquids, controlling temperature over small hearths and immersing cloth according to recipes that balanced time, heat and concentration of pigment. The citizen who brought garments here for treatment participated in a system where the appearance of a tunic or mantle depended on the expertise of these artisans, whose own lives unfolded largely in steamy, sharply scented interiors. Beyond the realm of handcraft, the machinery of trade bound city and countryside together. Shops faced onto streets and squares, their counters of stone or wood forming a boundary between customer and store. Behind the counter, shelves loaded with amphorae, baskets, sacks and crates testified to the variety of goods in circulation. Grains, oils, wines, spices, textiles and manufactured objects. The citizen engaging in trade had to master not only the physical handling of these items, but also the abstract language of weights, measures and accounts. Scales with bronze pans and sliding weights allowed merchants to measure out flour, olives or metal scraps with apparent precision. Standard measures for liquids, jars or cups of set capacity ensured that wine or oil was poured in accepted quantities. Behind the scenes, wax tablets recorded credit, debt and delivery, with numbers and names scratched into the dark surface later to be smoothed and overwritten as deals were settled. A young man entering this world learned quickly that trust, reputation, and the exact interpretation of contracts were as important as physical effort. Work in the countryside, though less visible to city dwellers, formed the indispensable foundation of these urban professions. On estates belonging to senators, equestrians, and more modest landowners, fields were divided, ploughed, sown and harvested according to a yearly cycle that left little room for interruption. The citizen who inherited or managed such land needed intimate knowledge of soil, climate, and plant behaviour. Wooden ploughs tipped with iron were drawn by oxen, their hooves pressing deep into the earth while the ploughman guided the blade along furrows. Sowing was done by hand, seed broadcast from baskets in steady arcs, then lightly covered. During growing seasons, weeds were removed with hose, and irrigation channels were cleaned. Harvest time brought teams of workers into the fields with sickles, cutting wheat and barley stalks and binding them into sheaves. These were carried to threshing floors, flat spaces of compacted earth or stone where animals were driven over the spread grain, or where flails were used to separate kernels from chaff. Storage in granaries required further care, as damp and pests threatened to consume the fruits of labour. Thus, even for citizens whose main identity lay in urban life, the pulse of work in the countryside remained a constant background, shaping prices, supplies, and future prospects. Between artisanal craft and large-scale agriculture lay many intermediate occupations. Transporters moved goods by land and water, driving carts along roads paved with stone blocks or guiding barges along rivers and canals. The citizen engaged in such work understood the condition of wheels and axles, the behaviour of animals under different loads, and the hazards of weather on exposed routes. Inns and way stations provided rest and minimal shelter for people and beasts, their courtyards echoing with the sounds of hooves, wagon creaks, and raised voices bargaining over fodder. In ports along the Tiber and at coastal harbours, stevedores loaded and unloaded ships, walking along planks with sacks on their shoulders, their feet feeling each slight shift of the vessel under them. Ropes, pulleys, and cranes of wood and iron multiplied human strength, allowing amphorae filled with oil or wine, blocks of stone and bundles of timber to be moved between ship and shore. The young citizen present in these spaces, whether as worker or supervisor, was constantly reminded that the empire functioned as a network of flows, where labour and risk were inseparable from movement. Legal and social frameworks structured all these activities. Many workers, including citizens, belonged to collegia, associations that brought together those engaged in similar trades. These groups could provide mutual burial arrangements, communal feasts, and a degree of collective identity expressed in shared altars, statues, or dedicatory inscriptions. Membership in a collegium gave the individual artisan a sense of belonging beyond the household, while also integrating him into the wider religious and civic life of the city. Contracts governed relationships between landowners and tenant farmers, between masters and skilled overseers, and between merchants and suppliers. These contracts, written on papyrus or wooden tablets, specified tasks, durations, and payments, and were often witnessed and sealed. A citizen capable of reading and composing such documents held an advantage, but even those less literate absorbed the basic principles through repeated exposure. Thus, work was not only a matter of muscles and tools, it was also a matter of law and custom, of rights and duties that defined who owed what to whom. Overlapping all these categories was the persistent presence of enslaved labour. Many of the young citizens' companions in workshops, fields, and households were unfree, their work commanded and their movements constrained. Enslaved smiths and carpenters, dyers and fullers, cooks and scribes all contributed indispensable skills. Some were trained from childhood in specific crafts, becoming highly competent specialists whose expertise increased their value in economic and social terms, even though their legal status remained fixed unless manumission intervened. Free citizens working alongside such individuals experienced a complex mixture of dependence, competition, and uneasy solidarity. Freed persons who had emerged from slavery but retained obligations to former owners occupied intermediate positions, often managing shops, workshops, or sections of estates. For all these groups, work was both burden and potential path, a daily necessity that could, in some cases, lead to modest prosperity and a more secure place in the intricate hierarchy of Roman society. For the citizen at this stage of life, the day was thus shaped less by the calendar of festivals and more by the unrelenting demands of production and exchange. Dawn found bakers already at their ovens, smiths preparing forges, and farmers in the fields. Midday brought brief pauses for food and rest, taken in shaded corners of workshops, under trees at the edge of fields, or in simple dining spaces of houses and apartments. Evening saw tools cleaned and stored, shop shutters closed, and workers returning through darkening streets or paths. Over months and years, these routines left their marks on the body, hardening hands, stooping backs, and training eyes to judge weight, distance, colour, and flaw. They also left marks on the mind, instilling habits of calculation, of careful maintenance, and of attention to cycles of demand and supply. The citizen who would later face illness, aging, and the approach of death did so as someone who had spent much of life in a sustained dialogue with wood, stone, metal, fibre, and living earth. In the next phases of our account, religion, love, and public duty will emerge more prominently, but they will always rest upon this intense, often silent texture of work, craft, and trade hierarchy that held the Roman world together. For the Roman citizen, the world was never empty space or mute matter. Air, water, stone, and fire were inhabited by forces that could help or harm, comfort or punish, according to patterns only partly understood. There was no sharp boundary between what later ages would call religion, superstition, and custom. Instead, there was a dense fabric of gestures and words, of smoke rising from altars and garlands wilting on painted walls, of promises whispered in crisis and thanks offered in relief. A man crossing the threshold might pause to touch a small altar. A woman stirring a pot might cast a few grains into the flame. A child watching learned that every action could in principle be framed by invisible witnesses. To move through the city of Rome was therefore to move through an environment filled with unseen presences, gods of the household and of the crossroads, great deities of capital and forum, and innumerable spirits attached to springs, trees, doorways, and tombs. The most intimate layer of this invisible world was the household cult, which centred on the lararium, the shrine where the lares and other protective beings received daily attention. In an elite townhouse, this shrine might take the form of a painted niche in the wall of the atrium or the kitchen, framed by columns and a little pediment, its plaster surface coloured with reds, yellows, and greens. Small terracotta or bronze figures of youthful gods stood on a ledge, often shown dancing with raised arms, flanking a central image that might represent the genius of the master of the house, a guardian spirit associated with his vitality and authority. Before them rested a small altar, perhaps a block of stone or a terracotta stand stained by repeated offerings of wine and incense. In humbler apartments, the arrangement was simpler. A clay lamp, a rough painted panel, a small figurine tucked into a corner near the hearth. Yet the logic was the same. The household acknowledged that it lived under protection, and that this protection needed to be fed with smoke, scent, and memory. Ritual at the lararium followed patterns that were at once flexible and strongly shaped by tradition. In the morning, before leaving the house, the master or a delegated family member might sprinkle grains of salt or meal onto a small fire, pour a few drops of unmixed wine from a cup, and recite a short formula, often in a low voice, asking for health, success, and the safe return of those who went out through the door. The wine came from the same amphorae that supplied the table. The incense, a mixture of resins and aromatics imported from distant regions, was taken in pinches from a small box, its grains crackling when they touched the coals. On special days, such as birthdays, marriages, orgies, and the safe return from journeys, the offerings increased. Garlands of fresh leaves were hung, little cakes of flour and honey were placed on plates, and lamps were lit in greater number so that the figures of the lares flickered in multiple points of light. Children were drawn into these acts, taught to extend hands correctly, to keep silence at the proper moment, and to see the small altar as a place where the household's fortunes were negotiated with its unseen guardians. Beyond the doorway of the house lay the domain of public cult, anchored in temples and altars that punctuated the urban landscape. A temple in Rome was not only a silhouette against the sky, but a carefully engineered structure. Steps of tufa or travertine led upward to a deep porch, its roof supported by columns whose fluted shafts and carved capitals bore traces of pigments now mostly lost. Within the cellar, the inner room, stood the cult statue carved from wood or stone, perhaps overlaid with gold leaf, dressed in real textiles and adorned with jewellery. Before the temple rose an altar under the open sky, a solid block of stone with moulded edges, sometimes decorated with reliefs of sacrificial animals and ritual instruments. Here the citizens saw sacrifice enacted. Animals, usually sheep, pigs or cattle, were led forward, their horns sometimes gilded or wrapped with ribbons. Priests and attendants, wearing wreaths and special garments, poured libations of wine, sprinkled salted meal, and then performed the killing with knives of iron or bronze, catching blood in bowls and burning selected portions on the altar. The smell of singed hair, hot blood, and roasting meat drifted through the forum or the temple precinct, mingling with the cries of vendors and the murmur of onlookers. The calendar of the city, inscribed on stone tablets set up in public places, marked which days were devoted to which gods and what forms of activity were permitted. Certain days were favourable for public assemblies and law courts, others reserved for the gods, when official business ceased or was restricted. Festivals for Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and many other deities brought processions into the streets. Images of gods were carried on litters, garlanded and veiled, accompanied by priests, magistrates, musicians, and sometimes troops. Citizens lined the route, raising hands in salute, burning incense, and murmuring the names of gods whose myths they knew in outline, if not in scholarly detail. The same citizen who performed modest rites at his lararium thus saw enlarged versions of these gestures enacted on a civic scale. Offerings that in the house took the form of a cup and a handful of grain became, in the forum and on the Capitol, hecatombs of animals and long lines of worshippers. Through these repetitions, public religion presented itself not as something separate from daily life, but as the same logic amplified, connecting the destiny of the city to beings who were thought to watch from high places and from within the very stones of the temples. Guiding and interpreting these relations between gods and men was the art of divination, which in Rome occupied a recognised, even institutionalised place. The College of Augurs, a body of priests specialised in taking auspices, that is, in discerning the will of the gods from signs in the natural world. Before major public decisions such as elections, declarations of war, or the foundation of colonies, an augur would mark out a templum, a ritual space in the sky or on the ground, using his staff to define boundaries. Within this frame he observed the flight of birds, their direction, number, and calls. Thunder, lightning, and other atmospheric phenomena also entered into his calculations. If the signs were favourable, the action could proceed. If not, it was delayed or abandoned. Another form of divination, associated with experts from Etruria, examined the entrails of sacrificed animals, especially the liver, whose surface was believed to reflect divine messages through its markings and irregularities. To the ordinary citizen, watching from a distance, these arts might appear intricate and mysterious, yet their results were very concrete, announced by magistrates as reasons for proceeding or holding back. Thus, signs in the sky and in the bodies of animals became part of political life, binding fate and law together. Alongside these official forms of divination flourished practices that many educated Romans dismissed as excessive superstition, yet which continued to attract clients. Astrology, which associated individual destinies with the positions of stars and planets at birth, spread widely through the empire. Astrologers set up in busy streets or in small rooms off taverns, with wax tablets or papyrus charts on which they sketched the movements of celestial bodies. Clients, including citizens of quite modest means, came with questions about marriage, business, and travel, hoping that the configuration of heaven would reveal what lay ahead. Authorities periodically issued decrees against astrologers, especially when they ventured opinions on the fate of emperors and high officials, but demand persisted. Many Romans combined respect for traditional auspices with fascination for these more personalised readings. At the same time, philosophers argued about the extent to which fate governed human actions, some asserting a rigid determinism, others defending a measure of free choice within constraints set by divine reason. The ordinary citizen, navigating between these positions, might refrain from a journey because of a bad dream, consult an astrologer before concluding a contract, and yet still attend the official sacrifice that inaugurated a new magistrate's term. The religious landscape of Rome was further complicated by the presence of foreign and mystery cults, whose rites promised more intense experiences or more specific benefits. The great mother goddess from Asia, whom Romans called Magna Mater, had her temple on the Palatine, where her worship involved processions of priests dressed in distinctive garments, beating drums and clashing cymbals. The goddess Isis from Egypt attracted devotees in many port districts and commercial quarters, her temples adorned with images of the Nile, sphinxes, and other exotic symbols. Initiates into her cult participated in ceremonies that evoked ideas of death and renewal, enacted through music, light, and the manipulation of sacred objects. The cult of Mithras, centered on the figure of a god shown slaughtering a bull in a cave-like setting, met in small subterranean shrines, often built beneath existing buildings. Here, male initiates reclined on benches along the sides of a narrow hall, lit by lamps whose flames picked out painted stars on the ceiling. Sources disagree on how widespread and socially inclusive such cults were, but inscriptions and remains of Schrenersgrisan show that soldiers, traders, freed persons, and sometimes members of the municipal elite participated. To the ordinary citizen who did not join, the processions, songs, and rumours surrounding these groups added further layers to the already crowded sky of gods and spirits. The boundary between piety and what later ages would term magic was porous. Many Romans believed in the evil eye, the power of hostile or envious glances to cause harm, especially to children, animals, and crops. To ward off such dangers, people wore amulets, small objects suspended on cords or chains, made from materials thought to have protective qualities, such as amber, coral, certain stones, or carved bone. Charms shaped like phalluses, open hands, or specific animals appear often in archaeological finds, suggesting that they were common. Words, too, could be turned to protective or aggressive purposes. Curse tablets, thin sheets of lead rolled up and pierced with nails, carried inscribed formulas calling on chthonic deities or restless spirits to harm a rival in love, business, or sport. These tablets were deposited in wells, tombs, or sanctuaries, places thought to mark points of contact with the underworld. At the same time, healing rituals flourished. Sanctuaries of certain deities, such as Asclepius, invited the sick to sleep within their precincts, hoping for a dream that would reveal a cure. Ex votos, small models of afflicted body parts made from terracotta or metal, were dedicated as thanks for recovery or as pleas for assistance. For the citizen, these practices coexisted with attendance at public sacrifices and respect for civic gods, even when philosophers and moralists condemned them as irrational. Ancestor worship and the cult of the dead completed this web of relations with the invisible. In elite houses, wax masks representing ancestors, the imagines, were kept in cupboards in the atrium, brought out during funerals and processions. Their features, moulded from the faces of the deceased, preserved a tangible link between present and past, and reminded descendants of the virtues and offices that defined the family. More broadly, Romans observed festivals such as the Parentalia, during which families visited tombs outside the city walls, bringing offerings of wine, garlands, and simple food. The road leading to a cemetery might be lined with small crowds of visitors, each gathered around a grave marker of stone or brick, reading or reciting the name of the deceased, pouring wine into tubes that reached the burial chamber, and sharing a modest meal on the spot. Tomb inscriptions often addressed the passerby, asking for a greeting or a brief pause, suggesting that the dead were thought to remain in a kind of continued relation with the living, sustained by the memory and ritual attention. For the citizen, these practices meant that the invisible world was not populated only by gods on high or spirits in distant underworlds, but also by parents, children and friends whose bodies lay in known places along familiar roads. In sum, the religious and superstitious life of a Roman citizen was not a single coherent system, but a layered and sometimes inconsistent set of habits, beliefs, and institutions. Official cults, administered by priests and magistrates, offered a framework in which the city could understand its victories, defeats, and prosperity as signs of favour or displeasure from named gods. Household rites translated the same logic into intimate terms, linking the health of children, the success of business, and the stability of marriage to the goodwill of lares, penates, and personal guardians. Divination and astrology promised glimpses into possible futures, while amulets and spells offered tools to ward off or inflict harm. Participation in foreign cults added further meanings, including more explicit hopes for personal salvation or posthumous blessedness. Some citizens, influenced by philosophical schools, adopted a more skeptical or allegorical view, seeing gods as expressions of natural forces or as useful fictions that underpinned social order. Others, especially among the poor and the marginal, clung tightly to every available ritual that seemed to offer a measure of control in a dangerous world. As our representative citizen moves into later stages of life, through love, marriage, illness, and the approach of death, these invisible companions will remain close, invoked in whispered vows, thanked in moments of relief, and sometimes blamed in quiet anger when fate appears unkind. In the Roman view, the passage from youth into full adulthood was framed above all by marriage. For a citizen, to remain permanently unmarried was not simply a private preference, but a failure to participate in the continuation of family and community. From childhood onward, the young person's life had been shaped by the name given by the father, by schooling, by work, and by the slow internalization of laws and customs. Now another layer was added, the expectation that he or she would enter a union directed toward legitimate offspring, shared property, and mutual obligations. Most marriages, especially in the upper and middle strata, were arranged more by families than by individuals, though personal inclination could play a role. Parents and guardians evaluated partners in terms of lineage, wealth, and character, imagining not only the immediate couple, but also the future grandchildren who would bear the family name and inherit its property. In this sense, love in the modern romantic sense stood somewhat aside from the initial decision, though feelings could and often did grow within the established framework. The young citizen thus approached marriage as both a personal transition and an insertion into complex networks of kinship and alliance that extended far beyond the bridal chamber. The formal beginning of this process was the betrothal, a stage that Roman law recognized with its own terminology and procedures. Betrothal, the sponsalia, could be agreed verbally in the presence of witnesses, but often it was reinforced by written documents recording promises and conditions. A simple ring of metal, frequently iron, might be given to the betrothed girl, worn on a finger that later tradition associated with a vein leading to the heart. More significant than the ring, however, was the negotiation of the dowry, the dos, the property that the bride's family would transfer to support the new household. This dowry could consist of money, land, slaves, or movable goods, all itemized on wax tablets or papyrus, each item representing a piece of economic strategy. Fathers and guardians calculated what they could afford to give without endangering other children's prospects, while prospective husbands weighed the advantage of a generous dowry against the responsibilities that came with it. In the High Empire, the dominant legal form of marriage left the bride in the power of her own family rather than transferring her fully into the husband's potestas, making the dowry a kind of bridge between two still distinct property groups. On the wedding day itself, many of these abstract arrangements took on tangible form in clothing, gesture, and movement through space. The bride, usually in her mid or later teens, was dressed in a special outfit that marked her new status. She wore a simple, undyed woolen tunic, sometimes called the straight tunic, fastened with a distinctive knot at the waist, the so-called knot of Hercules, which the husband was expected to untie in the privacy of the nuptial chamber. Over this, she might wear a saffron-coloured veil, the flammium, covering her head and partly concealing her face, and her hair was arranged in a style associated with ancient ritual, divided into sections and bound with bands of wool. Around her neck and wrists, modest jewellery, perhaps of glass beads, bronze or silver, signalled both adornment and the resources of her family. Before leaving her father's house, she touched the household shrine one last time as a daughter, making an offering to the Heirs who had watched her childhood. Then, accompanied by relatives, friends and musicians, she was led in procession through the streets toward the house of her husband, torches carried ahead, nuts thrown to children as symbols of the games and freedoms she was leaving behind. The arrival at the husband's house constituted another set of carefully staged actions that inscribed the marriage into domestic space. At the threshold, the bride was sometimes lifted or urged not to stumble, since tripping at this point was considered an ill omen. She greeted the household gods of her new home, crossing from one circle of protection to another. In some accounts, a ritual question and answer took place, in which the bride declared that she came where she wished to be, although the surrounding reality often reflected the decisions of others. Relatives shared a simple cake of spelt or wheat, recalling older sacrificial practices, and inside the house a wedding feast was held, more or less elaborate depending on means. The rooms of the domus, with their familiar architecture of atrium and peristyle, took on new emotional resonance for the young couple, who now saw them not only as spaces of work and hospitality, but as the stage for intimacy, pregnancy, and the upbringing of children. In a modest insular apartment, the same logic applied in compressed form, a single or few rooms reconfigured to accommodate an additional bed, a chest for the bride's possessions, and perhaps new images on the wall or new vessels on the shelves. In both settings, household members and enslaved staff adjusted their routines to the presence of a new figure whose authority and security were still being negotiated. The wedding night, often veiled by Roman writers in euphemism or by silence, was nevertheless central to the social understanding of marriage. Roman moral discourse emphasized the ideal of pudicitia, a term that combined chastity, sexual self-control, and modest behavior, especially for women. A bride was expected to approach her first sexual experience with reserve and a degree of fear, and later authors sometimes imagine older women advising her to obedience and restraint. At the same time, fertility was eagerly desired, and the consummation of marriage was thought to be the necessary prelude to conception. Herbs, amulets, and prayers were occasionally employed to encourage fruitfulness, while certain times or positions were recommended or avoided according to tradition, though our sources are fragmentary and often coloured by elite male perspectives. For the husband, sexual access to his wife was both a right and a duty, to be exercised with an eye to procreation and to the maintenance of household harmony. Yet the emotional reality could range from tender affection to indifference or even hostility, depending on prior acquaintance, age difference, and personal character. Over time, repeated acts of bodily intimacy, shared worries over pregnancies and illnesses, and the daily experience of living side by side shaped the bond in ways that could not be predicted by contracts alone. Sexuality in Roman society, however, extended beyond the marital bed, and here the stark asymmetries of power and gender become clear. A freeborn male citizen was, in principle, permitted considerable latitude in his sexual conduct, provided he did not violate the bodies of other freeborn citizens in ways condemned by the law and custom. He might have relations with enslaved women and men owned by his household, whose ability to consent was null in law. He might keep a concubine, a woman recognised as a stable partner, without the full status of a wife, often of lower social rank or freed status. He might also seek out prostitutes, who worked in taverns, brothels, or on the street, their services openly available for payment. For the women involved in these arrangements, the situation was more precarious. An enslaved woman who became her master's habitual sexual partner might gain certain advantages, but she remained vulnerable to his decisions, and to the jealousy or resentment of others in the household. A concubine could enjoy relative security, yet her children did not necessarily share the full rights of legitimate offspring. Prostitutes occupied the lowest rungs, stigmatized and often controlled by pimps or brothel keepers. In all these contexts, the desires of male citizens intertwined with systems of property and exploitation that left enduring marks on bodies and reputations. By contrast, the sexual behaviour of freeborn women was strictly constrained, and deviations from norms were treated with particular severity. A married woman caught in a sustained relationship with a man not her husband risked condemnation under adultery laws that reached their most elaborate form in the legislation of the first emperor. These laws treated adultery as a public offence, subject to formal accusation and trial, not merely a private matter between spouses. Penalties could include exile, loss of dowry, and damage to civic status. Fathers retained certain rights to punish daughters caught in flagrant adultery, though later jurists sought to limit extreme violence. A widow or divorced woman was, in principle, freer to choose new partners, but even here expectations about modesty and remarriage varied with age and status. The double standard is evident. A husband's extramarital relations, so long as they respected certain social boundaries, did not carry the same legal and moral weight as a wife's betrayal. Yet within marriages, women could exercise forms of agency through management of the household, negotiation over dowry and inheritance, and strategic use of kinship ties. Letters and epitaphs attest to wives who were praised for loyalty, industry, and affection, suggesting that ideals of mutual fidelity and companionship, though asymmetrically enforced, were nevertheless recognized and valued. Marriage as a legal institution bound together property as well as bodies. The dowry, painstakingly listed at the time of betrothal, was transferred to the husband's control for the duration of the marriage to help cover the costs of maintaining the household. Yet the bride's family retained an interest in its ultimate fate. If the marriage ended through divorce not caused by grave fault on the wife's part, much or all of the dowry might be reclaimed, either in lump sum or in installments. This possibility encouraged husbands to treat the dowry with a degree of prudence, investing it in durable assets rather than dissipating it entirely on consumption. In wealthier circles, marriage contracts could include detailed stipulations about what would happen to dowry goods, how much would be returned, and under what conditions. Guardianship rules also played a role. Traditionally, many women remained under male guardians, even in adulthood. But by the High Empire, a combination of legal reforms and practical custom had loosened this control, especially for those who had borne a certain number of children. Thus, a mature matron might enjoy considerable authority over her own property and over the marital arrangements of her offspring, even while formal rhetoric continued to emphasize female dependence. Emotional life moved within and sometimes against these structural frameworks. In the sparse but revealing evidence of letters, poetry, and funerary inscriptions, one finds traces of deep attachment between spouses. A husband might dedicate an epitaph to a wife described as incomparable, modest, industrious, and a true companion, recording years of shared life and mourning her loss with evident pain. A wife might praise her husband's kindness and upright character, expressing gratitude for his care and lamenting his absence. Not all marriages reached such harmony. Conflicts over money, jealousy, differences in temperament, and pressure from in-laws could strain relationships. Divorce, which in Roman law required no elaborate court procedure but could be effected by declaration, occurred with some frequency, especially among the elite, where marriages served political and economic aims. A husband or wife could send notice that they wished to separate, return or receive the dowry and remarry later. For children, these rearrangements meant movement between households, new parental figures, and adjustments in expectations of inheritance. Yet even in the presence of such instability, the ideal of the stable, affectionate household persisted as a point of reference, shaping how Romans judged their own experiences and those of others. For the ordinary citizen, whether in a crowded apartment or a spacious townhouse, marriage thus formed the central axis of adult social identity. It connected the intimate acts of touch, speech, and shared labour to the abstract structures of law, property, and civic status. Through marriage, new citizens were conceived, born, named, and inserted into the webs of kinship and obligation described in earlier chapters. Through marriage, wealth moved between families, either consolidating or dispersing fortunes. Through marriage, men and women encountered directly the tensions between desire and duty, pleasure and restraint, affection and calculation. As our representative citizen moves forward into later adulthood, into the spheres of political participation, military service, illness, and aging, the marriage bond, whether intact, broken, or renewed, remains a constant reference point, shaping daily routines and long-term hopes. In the next stages of life, questions of loyalty, inheritance, and remembrance will emerge more sharply, but they will always refer back in part to the vows once made before household gods and human witnesses, when two individuals agreed to share not only a bed and a table, but a portion of their uncertain journey through the Roman world. In the eyes of Roman law, to be a citizen was to possess a particular constellation of rights and obligations that set one apart from the mass of inhabitants of the empire. From childhood, this difference was present, even if only dimly understood. The boy who had assumed the plain white toga, the toga of manhood, did so as a visible sign that he now belonged to the community of adult male citizens, able in principle to vote, to serve in the army, and to appear in court with a recognised legal personality. Women and children shared in citizenship through their families, possessing certain protections and capacities, yet they did not participate directly in all its public functions. Around this core stood other categories: Latin rights, provincial communities with partial privileges, and the many who were simply peregrini, foreigners in the legal sense, even when born under Roman rule. For our representative citizen, aware at first only of the small world of household and street, the full implications of this status unfolded gradually, through contact with documents, with magistrates, and with the heavy stone structures of forums and law courts that framed public life. The material signs of citizenship were not abstract. They could be touched and read. In city and town, stone inscriptions carved in capital letters named citizens in their formulas, giving the tria nomina, praenomen, nomen, and cognomen, followed by tribal affiliation or reference to a voting district. On wooden or wax tablets stored in archives, lists compiled at census times recorded the names of household heads, the numbers of their dependents, and declarations of property. At intervals, censors or local magistrates invited citizens to present themselves, swear to the accuracy of their statements, and to be assigned to the appropriate sanctuaries or tribes that structured voting. The act of standing in a line, of stating name and status to an official, stamped with signet ring a wax tablet that would be stored away, was part of the citizen's experience of being counted and of counting in turn. These records, maintained by scribes who scratched figures into wax or inked them onto papyrus, allowed the state to organise taxation, military levies, and the distribution of certain benefits, such as grain in the capital. Thus, the citizen's life, though lived in the immediate textures of stone, cloth, and food, was also inscribed in an invisible lattice of names and numbers. Voting, in theory one of the central privileges of male citizens, had by the High Empire become a more ambiguous reality, yet its forms and memories still shaped consciousness. In earlier centuries, assemblies of citizens, organised by centuries or tribes, had gathered in open spaces such as the Field of Mars to elect magistrates, pass laws and decide on war or peace. Voting involved physical movement along wooden gangways, the pontes, and the casting of marked tablets into receptacles watched by officials. By the time of our focus, in the 1st and 2nd centuries after Christ, imperial power had absorbed much of this authority, and elections in Rome had been largely transferred to the Senate or conducted in ways that reflected imperial choice. Even so, the architecture of participation remained visible. Citizens could still be summoned, could still stand in groups by tribe in the forum, could still receive distributions or hear proclamations as part of a defined political body. In municipalities and colonies beyond Rome, local assemblies and councils remained more active, electing magistrates, voting honours, and managing communal property. Our citizen, perhaps residing in a provincial town or a suburb of Rome, experienced citizenship not only as a legal abstraction, but as the right to stand in a particular space at a particular time and be counted among others who shared his status. Within the city, political life expressed itself not only in formal voting, but in the daily theatre of the forum. This open space, paved with stone slabs and surrounded by basilicas, temples and the rostra, from which speakers addressed the crowd, was both marketplace and political stage. Magistrates sat on chairs of curule form, with their curved legs and ivory inlays, receiving petitioners, hearing minor cases, and issuing edicts. Lictors carrying fasces, bundles of rods that symbolised authority, cleared paths through the crowd. Senators moved in small groups, their togas distinguished by broad purple stripes, while clients gathered around patrons, awaiting the daily performance of obligations and favours known as the salutatio. In this rite, men of lower status visited a powerful patron in the early morning, greeted him, and often accompanied him through the city in return for gifts, invitations, or support in disputes. The citizen who participated in the system learned that political influence rested as much on personal networks as on formal office. Words spoken quietly in porticos, hands grasped in agreement, and small gestures of recognition at public events all contributed to a web of reciprocity that underpinned more visible institutions. Beyond the capital, citizenship took on more localised forms. In towns across Italy and the provinces, municipal councils, often composed of decurions drawn from the wealthier strata, met in council chambers lined with benches and decorated with inscriptions and statues. Here, decisions were made about local taxes, maintenance of roads and aqueducts, construction of baths and theatres, and the organisation of festivals. Magistrates with titles such as duoviri or ediles presided, wearing official garments and supported by attendants. The citizen of such a town might aspire to these offices, especially if he possessed some property and education. Election campaigns, where they occurred, involved the painting of slogans in red or black letters on walls, recommending candidates, praising their generosity, and urging citizens to vote. These letters, brushed onto plaster by hired painters, remained visible long after the specific contests had ended, a permanent layer of political advertisement in the urban fabric. Even those who never held office participated in this civic life through attendance at meetings, by bringing petitions, by seeing their names engraved as contributors to public works, or by benefiting from the largesse of local notables who financed games and buildings. Thus, citizenship operated at multiple scales, from the distant imperial centre to the visible, manageable world of the town. Legal protections were central to the citizen's understanding of his position, even when his knowledge came more from experience and stories than from juristic texts. A Roman citizen possessed the right to some form of trial before severe punishments were imposed, and, in earlier times, the right of appeal to the assembly against the decisions of magistrates. Under the empire, the emperor himself could become the ultimate court of appeal, petitions travelling by courier from distant provinces to be read by imperial secretaries on wax tablets, summarised and answered in rescripts. The citizen knew, at least in principle, that certain treatments were forbidden to him. Crucifixion, for example, was reserved for slaves and non-citizens, as was some of the more degrading physical punishment. In a famous case from the time of the Apostle Paul, his claim to be a Roman citizen altered the manner in which magistrates treated him, a small example of a broader pattern. Citizens could also enter into legally recognised marriages with other citizens, producing children who inherited the same status and could make contracts, wills, and adoptions under Roman law. All these capacities were held together by the notion that the citizen belonged to a privileged legal universe, and that even when poor or obscure, he was not simply a subject but a bearer of rights encoded in centuries of practice and formalised on wax, papyrus and stone. Alongside rights stood obligations, some financial, others corporeal. Taxes, though varying in form across time and province, formed a constant background. In Italy itself, citizens by the High Empire were often spared direct land taxes, but they contributed through indirect taxes, custom dues, and obligations associated with holding local office. In the provinces, communities paid land and poll taxes assessed on the basis of censuses. Collection involved a chain of officials from local town authorities up to equestrian procurators who oversaw revenues on behalf of the emperor. For the ordinary citizen, taxes were experienced as coin handed over at specific times, as tolls on goods moved along roads or rivers, or as compulsory services such as providing animals, carts, or labour for transport and construction. Even more personally significant was the obligation of military service, at least for male citizens of appropriate age and health. The line between civilian and soldier was not absolute. A young man might begin as a craftsman or farmer, be recruited into a legion, serve for years in distant provinces, and then return home as a veteran, his body and outlook transformed. In this way, citizenship was not only a passive status, but a potential summons to carry arms in defence and expansion of the empire. Military service for citizens was mainly associated with the legions, the heavy infantry units that formed the core of Roman armies. Recruitment practices changed over time, from earlier property-based levies to later voluntary enlistment supported by bounties. In the High Empire, a young citizen who enlisted presented himself to a recruiting officer, who examined his body for signs of health and strength and verified his legal status, sometimes by interrogating him about his origin and by checking local records. Once accepted, he swore a solemn oath, the sacramentum, pledging obedience to the emperor and to his commanders. His name, age, and physical description were entered into lists, and he received an advance of pay in coin, perhaps sealed in a cloth bag. He then travelled, often in a group of new recruits, to the legion's base, which might lie far from his home, across land and sea. For some, this meant seeing the sea for the first time, or crossing mountains they had previously only glimpsed from a distance. Behind the impressive abstractions of imperial power lay this simple sequence of steps, a man walking away from his family with a pack on his back, following a road whose milestones marked not only distance but stages in a long separation. Once in camp, the citizen soldier entered a highly structured environment. The legionary fortress was laid out in a regular pattern, with a central headquarters building, long barracks, granaries, workshops, and sometimes bath facilities, all surrounded by walls of earth or stone and ditches. Within the barracks, soldiers slept in small rooms opening off a corridor, 8 men to a contubernium sharing space and equipment and daily routines. Their equipment combined metal, wood, leather, and textile. A helmet of iron or bronze protected the head, its interior lined with padding. Body armour, whether in the form of mail made from interlinked metal rings, or in the segmented plates familiar from reliefs and finds, rested on shoulders and chest, secured by leather straps and buckles. The large rectangular shield, constructed from layers of wood glued together and covered with canvas and leather, with an iron boss at the centre, was both defence and emblem, often painted with insignia. The short sword hung from a belt, and a heavy javelin completed the standard armament. Off-duty, the soldier wore a simple tunic and a cloak, but even then the presence of weapons and armour nearby remained a constant reminder of his role. Training involved repeated drills, marching with full kit over long distances, practicing formations and mock combats, all under the watchful eyes of centurions whose vine staffs could deliver sharp blows for negligence. Service also meant regular pay and the prospect of a discharge benefit. Soldiers received their stipendium in coin usually 3 times a year, although a portion was often withheld to cover the cost of food, equipment, and contributions to a communal savings fund. Additional bonuses, donativa, could be granted by emperors on accession or in connection with major victories. The soldier learned to handle money in new ways, sending some home through trusted intermediaries or investing in small commercial ventures near the camp. Over a career that might span 2 decades or more, these payments, combined with modest spoils and savings, could produce a small capital. Upon honourable discharge, a citizen soldier received a diploma, a document composed of 2 bronze tablets hinged together and inscribed with the terms of his service and the rights granted, which might include land allotments or confirmation of citizenship for himself and his children. These tablets, sealed with witnesses' marks, were kept carefully, sometimes buried with the veteran when he died, a tangible record of the long years during which his body and time had belonged to the army. For the family left behind, military service was experienced through absence, through sporadic letters, and through the occasional arrival of money or news. Letters written on thin wooden tablets or on papyrus, folded and sealed, travelled along the same routes as official dispatches and merchants' correspondence. In them, soldiers asked for clothing, for small luxuries such as tunics or socks, and sent greetings to parents, siblings, and friends. Some expressed homesickness, others a more matter-of-fact tone. Wives and children had to adapt to the absence of the father, relying on extended kin, on the labour of women and older children, and on whatever resources the soldier could send. In some cases, informal unions formed near military bases, with local women living in relationships that, though not fully recognised as legal marriage during the period of service, created emotional and economic ties that lasted beyond discharge. Thus, military service stretched the web of citizenship across distances, linking Italian villages and provincial towns to frontiers along rivers and deserts, and weaving into the citizen's identity the experience of both belonging and displacement. It is important to note that not all soldiers were citizens at the time of enlistment. Auxiliary units, recruited from provincial populations without full citizenship, formed a substantial part of the Roman military system. These troops, often specialising in cavalry, archery, or other functions, served under their own names and identities but under Roman officers. Upon honourable discharge, many auxiliaries received Roman citizenship as a reward, a transformation recorded in their own bronze diplomas. For them, military service was a direct path into the privileged legal category that others inherited at birth. The empire thus used citizenship as both bond and reward, extending it gradually to groups that had demonstrated loyalty and usefulness in war. For the born citizen observing this process, perhaps in a mixed community near a frontier, the meaning of his own status might shift as he saw others arrive at the same legal position through different routes. Citizenship was both stable and expanding, a fixed identity, and a reward that could be granted or withheld. Across these layers of politics, law, and military obligation, the Roman citizen moved from youth to maturity, learning through experience how the abstract words of jurists and decrees translated into the weight of a shield, the pressure of a crowd in the forum, the sting of taxes, or the solemnity of an oath taken before a standard. His or her life was never solely public or solely private. Marriage, work and parenting intertwined with attendance at assemblies, participation in municipal life, and, for many men, periods of service in the legions. The same hand that brushed flour from a tunic sleeve after kneading dough might also sign a petition to a magistrate, lift a sacrificial victim's woolen filly during a civic rite, or grip a spear on campaign. Citizenship in Rome thus meant not a static label, but a continual negotiation between rights and obligations, between the intimacy of household and the vastness of an empire stretching beyond the horizon. In the chapters that follow, illness, bodily decline, and the approach of death will narrow the citizen's radius of movement, yet even then the marks of this public identity will remain in the legal documents that dispose of property, in the expectations placed upon heirs, and in the inscriptions carved upon stone that record, in a few lines, a lifetime of small acts performed under the name of Rome. For the Roman citizen, the body was a field of constant negotiation, never entirely healthy, never entirely secure, always subject to strain from work, diet, climate, and accident. Strength in youth did not abolish the memory of childhood fevers, or the sight of neighbours laid out on funeral biers, and even the most vigorous adult knew that a few days of fever could undo years of careful labour. In the crowded tenements of Rome, in the villas of the countryside, and in provincial towns stretched along roads and rivers, illness was a familiar visitor, sometimes mild and passing, sometimes overwhelming and final. There were no clear separations between what we might call medicine, religion, and everyday prudence. Household remedies, professional treatments, and appeals to gods or spirits all coexisted, each called upon according to circumstance, wealth, and temperament. To understand the life course of a Roman citizen, it is necessary to pause in these interiors where bodies lie on couches instead of walking to work or to the forum, where food tastes dull, limbs feel heavy, and the rhythm of the household turns around the needs of someone who can no longer rise at dawn with everyone else. At the level of theory, educated Romans often explained health and disease through the language of humours and balance, inherited from Greek medicine. The body was thought to contain 4 main humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, each associated with certain qualities: hot or cold, wet or dry. Health, in this vision, meant a shifting equilibrium among these elements, while illness arose when one humour predominated or became corrupted. Yet for most citizens, this doctrine was encountered not as abstract teaching, but as a series of practical maxims. A fever was hot and needed cooling foods and light clothing. A chill demanded warm drinks, woolen coverings, and avoidance of draughts. Digestive troubles were linked to an excess or deficiency of certain foods, and elders offered advice on which vegetables were considered wind-forming, which meats heavy, which fruits dangerous when eaten unripe. The kitchen itself functioned as a kind of pharmacy. Olive oil, vinegar, honey, wine, and salt were combined with herbs such as rue, mint, or fennel to produce infusions, poultices, and gargles. Women of the household, assisted by experienced slaves or freed women, often guarded this store of practical wisdom, repeating recipes learned from mothers and neighbours, and adjusting them cautiously to the temperament of each patient. Professional physicians, the Medici, occupied a more ambiguous place in the citizen's world. Many were of Greek origin or training, bringing with them the texts and techniques of the Hippocratic tradition and later writers. Their social status varied widely. Some served in the households of the wealthy, attached as personal physicians, receiving a regular stipend and sometimes gaining influence as trusted advisors. Others operated modest practices in crowded quarters of the city, seeing patients in the small rooms furnished with stools, storage chests, and perhaps a couch, or travelling to homes when summoned. A physician's equipment could include metal instruments such as scalpels, probes, forceps, and cautery irons stored in boxes of wood or metal, as well as ceramic or glass containers of ointments and drugs. Fees were negotiated case by case, paid in coin or in kind, and the outcome of treatment strongly influenced reputation. Success brought a flow of clients and perhaps inscriptions of gratitude. Failure, especially when associated with painful procedures, fed the suspicion, voiced by satirists, that doctors killed as many as they cured. The citizen who decided whether to call a physician weighed cost, hope, fear of invasive measures, and the advice of kin already gathered around the sickbed. One of the most distinctive Roman responses to bodily strain lay in the culture of bathing. Public bath complexes, ranging from modest neighbourhood establishments to the vast imperial thermae, offered citizens not only cleanliness and social contact, but also a form of therapy. A man suffering from minor aches, stiffness, or lingering fatigue might seek relief in the carefully graded temperatures of the baths, moving from the warm room to the hot, allowing pores to open and muscles to relax under moist heat. The architecture of these complexes, with their thick walls, hypercoarse systems of underfloor heating, and vaulted ceilings, made possible a controlled environment in which water and air could be heated and cooled with precision. After sweating, bathers plunged into cold pools, believing this alternation to harden the body and dispel harmful residues. Oils were applied and scraped off with metal strigils, removing dirt along with perspiration. Physicians sometimes prescribed specific bathing regimes, cautioning against overindulgence in heat for certain conditions, or recommending particular sequences for those recovering from illness. At the same time, the constant presence of many bodies, the reuse of water, and the shared facilities created opportunities for the spread of skin complaints and other ailments. Citizens navigated these contradictions pragmatically, combining faith in the restorative power of baths with an acceptance that no space, however monumental, could be entirely free of risk. Sanitation more broadly shaped the background of health and disease. Rome's aqueducts and sewers, its fountains and latrines, represented a remarkable effort to manage water and waste in a dense urban environment. Public latrines, with their stone or marble benches pierced by openings and channels of flowing water beneath, offered an organised alternative to more haphazard disposal, and many citizens used them daily. Yet outside these installations, waste still accumulated in streets and alleys, chamber pots were emptied into gutters, and refuse heaps grew near insulae where regular removal lagged. Flies moved easily between filth and food, and rats and other animals found abundant shelter in the fabric of the city. In the countryside, wells and cisterns could be contaminated by surface runoff, especially during heavy rains. The citizen's body, therefore, existed in continuous contact with microbes whose existence was not yet conceived, though their effects were observed and feared. Diarrheal diseases, intestinal worms, and periodic outbreaks of more severe sickness traced invisible paths through this environment. Advice on boiling water, on avoiding certain stagnant sources, and on keeping cooking and sleeping areas separate was given in some medical texts, yet the capacity to follow such recommendations depended heavily on wealth and space. Acute illnesses announced themselves with dramatic shifts in sensation. A man or woman who had been working or walking normally one day might wake the next with a dry mouth, heaviness in the limbs, and a rising heat in the skin. Fevers were described as intermittent or continuous, shaking the body with chills and then soaking it in sweat. Children were particularly vulnerable. Coughs, rashes, and difficulty breathing appeared suddenly in the small rooms of insulae, prompting hurried consultations with neighbours and, when possible, appeals to physicians or to specialists in herbal remedies. Some diseases moved through the city in waves, leaving multiple households bereaved within weeks. In the 2nd century after Christ, a particularly severe epidemic, now associated with what modern scholars call the Antonine Plague, spread along military and commercial routes, filling temples with supplicants and cemeteries with new graves. Contemporary observers spoke of crowded streets falling silent, of workshops closed for lack of workers, and of fear that pervaded even the houses of the powerful. The ordinary citizen experienced such crises not in sweeping overviews, but through the illness of those closest, the sudden absence of familiar figures in markets and baths, and the sight of more frequent funeral processions winding toward the gates. Injuries, whether from ordinary work or from military service, formed another axis along which the body could be strained and broken. Urban crafts demanded tools that could easily cut flesh as well as wood or metal. A slip of the hand in a smithy, a fall from a ladder in an insula, or the collapse of a load in a warehouse could produce wounds that ranged from superficial to life-threatening. Physicians and experienced lay practitioners cleaned cuts with wine or vinegar, applied dressings of linen or wool soaked in oils and plant extracts, and attempted to prevent putrefaction. Fractures required careful manipulation. Treatises describe methods of traction, of aligning broken bones and immobilizing them with splints made from wood, wrapped with bandages that had to be adjusted as swelling changed. In more extreme cases, when limbs were crushed or infection advanced, amputation might be attempted, though the risks were enormous in the absence of effective anesthesia and knowledge of microbes. On the battlefield or in frontier camps, surgeons attached to legions confronted arrow wounds, spear thrusts and blows from swords and clubs. They used clamps to control bleeding, extracted foreign objects, and cauterized tissue with red-hot metal. A citizen soldier whose body bore scars or partial disabilities from such experiences carried them as permanent reminders of encounters where life and death hinged on the speed and skill of those who cut and bandaged, under imperfect light and in imperfect knowledge. Not all suffering was violent or sudden. Many citizens lived for years with chronic conditions that seldom left dramatic traces in texts, but which shaped daily life. Joint pain in knees, hips, and spine, aggravated by long hours of standing, walking, or fieldwork, made climbing the stairs of an insula or walking the length of a forum a slow and deliberate process. Digestive troubles, from recurring stomach pains to persistent constipation or diarrhea, altered appetite and mood. Respiratory complaints grew in lungs exposed for decades to smoke from braziers, dust from unpaved streets or from milling grain, and damp air trapped in low-lying quarters. Eyes strained by work in poor light and irritated by smoke dimmed gradually, making reading difficult or impossible for those who had once been literate. In addition, there were forms of mental and emotional disturbance that ancient observers recognized and attempted to name, though with vocabulary different from later traditions. Melancholy, sudden rages, states of confusion or withdrawal were observed and sometimes attributed to imbalance of humours, to possession by hostile spirits, or to the effects of grief and shock. Families coped as they could, restraining those who became dangerous to themselves or others, seeking help from healers, and offering sacrifices or dedicating votive offerings at sanctuaries of healing gods. Healing sanctuaries provided one of the most striking intersections between medicine and religion. At places dedicated to Asclepius or to other deities associated with health, citizens came to seek relief from stubborn ailments. They brought with them the marks of their suffering: stiff limbs, bandaged eyes, diseased skin, or internal pains described in hesitant words. Within these precincts, rituals of incubation were performed. The sick person spent the night on a couch or pallet in a special building, hoping for a dream in which the god appeared and prescribed a remedy, perhaps a particular herb, a change in diet, or a symbolic act. Ex votos, small models of body parts made from terracotta, bronze, or stone, were dedicated in gratitude for healing or as a continuing plea. A limb, an ear, a breast, a pair of eyes, all rendered in miniature, accumulated on shelves and walls, a dense testimony to the variety of human afflictions. For the visiting citizen, these objects offered both consolation and instruction, showing that many others had suffered and had sought the gods' help before. Even those who preferred the books and instruments of secular physicians might still, in moments of despair, climb the steps to a healing shrine, blending rational treatment with ritual in an attempt to cover every avenue toward recovery. The emotional landscape of illness was shaped by all these practices and by the social texture of Roman life. To fall sick in a house full of relatives, slaves and clients meant that one was rarely alone, yet solitude could still be felt in the depths of fever or pain. The sickbed became a small centre of gravity. Voices lowered near it, chores were rearranged, and money was quietly counted to see whether fees for physicians, drugs, or better food could be afforded. Men worried about unfinished business, pending lawsuits, and the stability of their families if they should die. Women feared for children, for the security of dowries, for the possibility of being left unprotected in a world where legal agency was often mediated through male kin. In poorer households, illness could quickly push a family from precarious balance into debt, as work stopped and expenses rose. In wealthier ones, prolonged sickness might delay public careers or destabilise carefully planned marriages and inheritances. Through it all, the citizen faced a mixture of resignation and hope, invoking gods, trusting to the skill of physicians, enduring bitter drafts and painful procedures, and sometimes recovering, sometimes not. As the body aged and episodes of illness multiplied, each recovery was recognised less as a permanent victory and more as a temporary reprieve, a pause before the next encounter with weakness. In the chapters that follow, the themes of dependence, vulnerability, and endurance that illness made so vivid will reappear in the contexts of slavery, freedom, aging, and the final rituals that close the Roman life. From the earliest years of our citizen's life, there were always other hands in the background, lighting lamps, filling jars, opening doors, carrying burdens that he or she never needed to lift. These hands often belonged to enslaved people, whose presence was so constant that it could almost vanish from conscious notice. A child born into a comfortable Roman house learned to speak by listening not only to parents and tutors, but to enslaved nurses and attendants. A young adult crossing the forum stepped around chains of workers owned by contractors or public authorities. On estates beyond the city, the grain that later appeared as bread in the oven was cut, threshed, and stored under the eyes of overseers commanding gangs of unfree labourers. The life of a Roman citizen, especially in the High Empire, rested upon a foundation of slavery so deeply embedded that many contemporaries regarded it as part of the natural order, much like the division between rich and poor, or between humans and animals of burden. The routes by which a human being became enslaved were varied, but they converged in markets and sales that turned persons into property through a few gestures and a handful of coin. War remained one of the principal sources. Defeated populations were driven from captured towns, bound together with ropes or chains, and marched to coastal depots where merchants purchased them in lots. Piracy, despite periodic campaigns against it, continued to feed the trade, especially along vulnerable coastlines and sea lanes. Debt and judicial punishment could also lead to loss of freedom, though Roman law increasingly restricted the outright enslavement of citizens for such reasons. Infants exposed at birth and found by others might be raised as slaves, their origins forgotten by the time they reached adulthood. In the city, slave markets occupied defined spaces where platforms were erected and buyers walked among rows of people, assessing bodies as though they were livestock. Wax tablets recorded prices, ages, and special skills. Metal tags, sometimes hung around the neck, indicated guarantees or defects. With the press of a seal into warm wax, a life was transferred from one owner to another, and a new chapter of dependence began. Within the walls of an elite domus, enslaved people formed a complex internal staff, each assigned to particular rooms, tasks, and persons. Some were visible, others almost invisible. In the atrium, doorkeepers sat near the entrance, watching the comings and goings of clients and visitors, their eyes trained to recognise faces and social cues. In the kitchen, cooks stood before brick hearths, handling knives and ladles, turning spits and tending pots, transforming raw ingredients into meals for the household. Behind the scenes, cleaners swept floors, collected ashes, and polished metalware until it reflected lamplight. Children in such houses grew up with an enslaved nurse who held them, an enslaved playmate who shared their games, and later a paedagogus, often a Greek-speaking man, who supervised their walks to school. At night, many of these servants slept in small rooms off corridors, or in corners of storerooms, on simple pallets of straw or wool. Their clothing was usually plain, undyed tunics, sometimes belted, sometimes patched, and their food, though drawn from the same kitchen, followed a different pattern of portions and quality. The materials of the house, marble thresholds, mosaic floors, and wooden furniture, were kept in order by labour that left no name on the property, but shaped every surface the citizen touched. In more modest households and insular apartments, slavery took a different, more compressed form. A small trader might own one or two enslaved assistants who shared his workday in the shop and his sleeping space in a back room or loft. A family in a crowded apartment might employ a single enslaved girl to help with water carrying, childcare and cooking, her presence threading through every moment of domestic life. Others hired enslaved workers by the day from owners who specialised in renting out labour, a system that blurred the line between permanent possession and temporary service. In these settings, the physical proximity between free and unfree was intense. Everyone used the same staircases, breathed the same air, and stepped around the same brazier. Children could not easily avoid seeing the tired faces and raw hands of those who did the heaviest tasks. Yet the legal gulf remained absolute. An enslaved boy who slept on the same mattress as his young master, or who shared his simple games in the stairwell, did so under the shadow of a status that could not be escaped by familiarity alone. Outside the city, on large estates devoted to grain, olives, or vines, slavery produced a different rhythm, more monotonous and more physically demanding. Here, groups of enslaved workers rose before dawn, roused by overseers who themselves might be slaves or freedmen. They moved out to fields with tools of wood and iron, hoes, mattocks, and sickles, their bodies forming moving lines against the cultivated earth. In summer, the sun beat on uncovered heads as they reaped and bound sheaves, while in winter cold winds cut through their coarse cloaks as they pruned vines or dug drainage channels. Housing for such labourers was often a row of simple rooms built of rough stone or brick, with beaten earth floors, small openings for light, and hearths that filled interiors with smoke. In more specialised operations, such as water-driven mills or large olive presses, enslaved workers tended heavy machinery made of stone, wood, and metal, their muscles and coordination maintaining a continuous process of grinding and pressing. At the harshest edge of the system stood the mines and quarries, where convicts and slaves laboured in tunnels and pits, wielding picks and hammers in dust-laden air, under conditions that ancient observers recognised as close to a living death. Control over enslaved bodies was enforced through a combination of law, custom, and immediate physical coercion. In Roman legal thought, a slave belonged to his or her owner in a strong sense, forming part of the household's property alongside land, animals, and movable goods. This did not mean that every act of cruelty was approved, but it did mean that the threshold at which outside authorities intervened was high. Masters could beat, confine, or reassign their slaves at will, and many did so to maintain discipline. Implements of punishment, whips of leather, rods, and wooden stocks formed part of the hidden furniture of households and estates. Runaways were pursued, and when recovered, might be branded on the forehead or fitted with metal collars bearing inscriptions that begged any finder to return them to their owner for a reward. The law permitted the use of enslaved individuals under torture as witnesses in trials, on the assumption that truth could be extracted through pain. At the same time, moralists and some jurists advised moderation, arguing that fear alone was a poor foundation for stable service, and that kindness and measured discipline produced more reliable loyalty. The citizen owner lived with this tension, navigating between habit, economic interest, and whatever scruples he or she possessed. Despite its harshness, the Roman system of slavery contained within it pathways to a different status, the status of the freed person. Manumission, the act by which a master granted freedom, could take several formal shapes. In one procedure, a symbolic lawsuit was staged before a magistrate. A third party laid hands on the slave and declared him free. The master did not contest, and the magistrate confirmed the change. In another, a master registered the slave's name on the census list as a free person, effectively acknowledging manumission. Freedom could also be granted in a will, to take effect upon the master's death, sometimes on condition that the freed person first perform certain services or pay a set sum. Each freed slave usually took the nomen of the former owner and kept a modified form of his or her original name as a cognomen, creating new identities that combined servile past and free present. The act might be celebrated within the household with modest rites, offerings made at the lararium, and new clothing provided, such as the cap that symbolised freedom. Yet manumission did not erase all bonds. The freed person remained tied to the former master as patron, owing respect and certain services, such as attendance, occasional work and support in public matters. Within this framework, freed persons often became crucial figures in the economic and social life of Rome. Many had acquired skills during their years of slavery as scribes, accountants, craftsmen or managers of shops and estates. Once free, they could legally own property, make contracts and marry, though social prejudice sometimes limited whom they could wed. Freedmen in particular found niches in trade and administration. In inscriptions, we find them recorded as ship owners, importers of wine or oil, managers of bath complexes, and officials in the imperial household. Some accumulated significant wealth, erecting tombs that proudly displayed their new names and those of their spouse and children, the stone carved with images of tools or symbols of their trade. Freed women, although more constrained by gender norms, could own and run workshops, lend money, and commission religious dedications. For their children, born free, the doors of civic life opened wider. A son of freed parents could, in the next generation, seek municipal office, sit on a town council, and be commemorated simply as a citizen, his origin in slavery recorded only indirectly in the names of his parents. Thus, slavery, manumission, and freed status formed a ladder of mobility that, while steep and uncertain, allowed some individuals and families to rise over time. For the freeborn citizen who lived surrounded by enslaved and freed people, these structures produced a complex moral and emotional terrain. On one hand, the citizen could take for granted that someone else would carry the heavier loads, clean the dirtier spaces, and perform tasks that he or she would never be asked to do. On the other, long years of proximity could generate real affection, gratitude, or admiration for particular enslaved or freed individuals whose loyalty and competence were indispensable. A nurse who had cared for a child might be freed and given a modest dowry. A trusted steward might be remembered in a will, receiving property and public praise on a tomb inscription. Yet always beneath such recognitions lay the memory of a relationship founded on ownership and unequal power. The citizen's sense of personal freedom was sharpened by a constant contrast with those who lacked even the minimal protections of legal autonomy. As age advanced, and the citizen began to think more often of death, decisions about the future of enslaved members of the household, whether to free them, to assign them to heirs, or to sell them, became part of the broader work of arranging property and memory. In this way, servere, freedom, and the possibility of modest social ascent intertwined with the most intimate stages of the Roman life cycle, shaping not only the economy of the empire, but the inner landscapes of those who lived within it. In the Roman world, the passage into old age did not hinge on a single birthday or neat numerical threshold. It announced itself more slowly, in the body's reluctance to rise at dawn, in knees that ached after climbing stairs, in the way younger men began to offer an arm without being asked. A citizen who had spent decades moving through workshops, markets, forums and temples woke one morning to find that familiar streets felt slightly longer, thresholds higher, and crowds more tiring. In the domus, the older man or woman heard the noise of children and servants at a slight distance, as if behind a thin wall. In the insula, the climb to the upper floors began to require a pause on each landing, a hand on the rough plaster for support. Yet old age was not simply decline. It also brought a change in position within the family and community. The same person who could no longer lift heavy loads might now be the one consulted about contracts, marriages, and the wording of wills, his or her memory valued precisely because it stretched further back than anyone else's. The visible signs of age were read by Romans with the same attentiveness they brought to clothing and gesture. Skin thinned and folded into fine lines at the corners of eyes and mouth. Deeper furrows marked the forehead, and the muscles of neck and arms lost their firm contours. Hair turned grey or white, receded from the temples, or thinned to a sparse covering that no longer obeyed comb or oil. Beards grew more wiry, and barbers needed gentler hands as the old man's skin became easier to nick. Women's hair, once piled high in elaborate structures, might be drawn back more simply, pinned in modest knots that required less time and fewer attendants. The gait shortened, shoulders rolled forward, and a stick became part of the daily equipment of walking, its wooden shaft polished by the constant pressure of the hand. Clothing adjusted to these changes. Garments were cut a little looser to accommodate stiff joints, cloaks chosen for warmth rather than display, and footwear adapted with softer soles to ease pressure on swollen feet. In these small modifications, the body's gradual withdrawal from youth translated itself into fabric, leather, and wood. Work habits shifted as age advanced, not by a sharp break, but by a series of subtle rearrangements. The craftsman who had once stood from dawn to dusk at his bench now sat more frequently on a stool, leaving heavier hammering to younger assistants while he focused on measuring, marking, and finishing. His hands, though knotted by years of labour, retained fine sensitivity for tracing lines, judging thickness, or testing the weight of metal and wood, and apprentices watched closely when he demonstrated a technique refined through repetition. The shopkeeper, who had once carried amphorae himself, now remained more often behind the counter, directing sons or hired workers to fetch goods from storage rooms, but his mind still ran quickly over prices, credit histories, and the small fluctuations of demand that only long observation taught. In the countryside, the older farmer walked the boundaries of fields at a slower pace, leaning on a staff, pointing out to younger men where drains needed clearing or where soil had grown exhausted. He no longer struggled with the plough in heavy ground, but he decided when animals should be bought or sold, when seed should be sown more thickly, and when to risk new crops. In all these cases, the old body stepped back from force but remained deeply entangled in judgment. For many veterans of military service, aging took on a particular profile, etched into scars and persistent pains. A man who had marched for years under legionary standards now found that old injuries, a poorly healed fracture, a deep cut across muscle, or a blow to the head, made themselves felt more insistently. Damp weather seemed to settle into bones, and the old soldier traced lines on his limbs, remembering where spear or arrow had once entered. Some veterans, settled in colonies or small towns, cultivated modest plots of land granted at discharge or purchased with accumulated pay. They wore civilian tunics and cloaks, but military habits persisted. Tools were hung in orderly fashion, and movements followed routines that echoed former drills. Younger men and boys sometimes gathered to hear tales of campaigns on distant frontiers, the bridging of rivers, the crossing of mountains, the appearance of foreign peoples and landscapes. These stories intertwined personal endurance with the power of the empire, giving to old age a certain dignity grounded in past service, even when poverty or illness limited present comfort. The bronze discharge diploma kept in a chest or hung in a place of honour reminded both speaker and listeners that these were not idle inventions but fragments of a life once pledged to arms. Within the household, aging altered hierarchies in complex ways. A man who had become paterfamilias on the death of his own father now advanced toward a stage where his sons emerged as independent figures managing their own affairs, yet still in formal law under his authority if he lived. He might preside at the table, taking the central couch during meals, yet concede more and more of daily decision-making to younger hands, advising rather than commanding. Grandparents, both male and female, acquired a special role in relation to children. They shared stories of earlier times, of houses lived in before the present one, of fields now sold, of siblings and cousins long dead. Sitting in the atrium near the lararium, or by a window that overlooked a noisy street, they received small visitors who clambered onto their laps or settled at their feet, fingers playing with the folds of worn tunics. In insulae, an elderly woman might spend hours near the doorway, keeping an eye on children playing in the stairwell, calling out warnings when carts approached or when quarrels threatened to turn dangerous. Old hands, no longer fit for carrying heavy water jars, still mended garments, peeled vegetables, and supervised the careful measuring of grain. Authority in such cases expressed itself less through direct command and more through the quiet persistence of habit, setting standards of punctuality, tidiness, and devotion to household gods that younger members absorbed almost unconsciously. Memory in this phase of life became at once a resource and a burden. The older citizen possessed a store of recollections that stretched back to political events, local scandals, and family crises that younger people knew only from hearsay. He or she could recall previous building projects, older forms of street layout, times when a temple had been newly restored, or when an earthquake had cracked walls later repaired. In the forum, or in a provincial town square, the old man pointed with his stick at statues and inscriptions, recounting who had paid for them, what offices they had held, and how their fortunes had risen or fallen. At home, the memory of family arrangements, dowries given, loans made, and promises exchanged provided a living supplement to the brittle authority of wax tablets and papyrus documents stored in chests. Yet memory also weighed heavily. The face of a child who had died young, the voice of a spouse buried decades earlier, the expressions of parents now long gone, all returned in quiet hours, sometimes as comfort, sometimes as fresh grief. The mind, no longer pressed constantly by physical labour, wandered more often along these internal paths, revisiting scenes that no one else living could share. The material culture of remembrance surrounded the aged citizen and gave further shape to these inner journeys. In houses of rank, the wax masks of ancestors rested in cupboards, ready to be displayed during funerals, their features bearing traces of once living faces. Each mask hung with a label, giving the name and offices of the person it represented. An old man might lift one from its place, explain to a curious grandchild the connection between the silent wax and an ancestor whose deeds had shaped the family's status. In more modest homes, memory objects took other forms. A worn cloak that had belonged to a father, a ring passed down from a grandmother, a writing tablet bearing the faint traces of a loved one's hand. Tombs along roads outside the city kept the names of relatives present in carved letters, and older people visited these places during festivals of the dead, tracing the inscriptions with fingers that had grown knotted, refreshing paint in the grooves when possible. In doing so, they measured their own place in a chain of generations, seeing themselves as the next to be added to the line, their own names eventually to be read by others, or perhaps forgotten if descendants moved away or failed to maintain the stone. Social horizons narrowed as age advanced, even while certain ties deepened. Friends of similar years, companion craftsmen, fellow traders or comrades in arms began to die or to withdraw into their own households. The familiar group at the baths shrank, leaving empty spaces on benches and in pools. The older citizen might adjust the time of visits to avoid the busiest hours, choosing moments when heat and noise were less intense. Trips to the forum grew rarer, reserved for essential business, for witnessing important ceremonies, or simply for a periodic reassurance that the city still existed beyond the walls of the house or the stairwells of the insula. Markets and festivals came to the old person more often in sound than in direct experience, as cries of vendors and distant music drifted in through open doors or windows. At the same time, relationships with immediate neighbours, shopkeepers on the corner, and household members became more central. The man who once counted many acquaintances now relied on a smaller circle for help with practical matters, such as drawing up documents, arranging medical care, or simply lifting him from couch to chair. Aging thus redrew the map of the city, compressing it into a handful of routes and rooms, but filling those limited spaces with intensified observation. Attitudes toward the divine often sharpened in these later years, though not always in a simple direction. Some older citizens increased their offerings at household shrines, lighting lamps more frequently before the lairs, making vows to deities associated with health and longevity, and dedicating small gifts in temples when illness passed or an injury healed. They might commission modest inscriptions expressing gratitude to a healing god or to a protecting goddess, their names and ages recorded for passers-by. Others, influenced by philosophical schools, became more reflective, interpreting the gods as symbols of a rational order or as names for natural forces. For such individuals, aging brought not only more ritual but more meditation, an acceptance that the human body, like all composite things, would dissolve, and that fear of this process was less useful than preparation for it. Foreign cults, too, attracted some older adherents with promises of more personal salvation or blessedness after death. The citizen who had once viewed these cults with suspicion might, in the face of chronic pain or grief, find comfort in their rituals and myths. In all these variations, religious and philosophical practices provided ways to speak about the approach of death, to negotiate with it, resist it or welcome it, using the same tools of sacrifice, prayer and reason that had accompanied earlier stages of life. Thus, aging in the Roman world was neither a simple decline nor a purely honoured condition. It was a period in which the weight of time pressed more obviously on body and mind, but also a stage in which long experience could be turned into guidance, memory, and a certain detachment from the more frantic competitions of youth. The citizen who had been child, student, worker, spouse, parent, and perhaps soldier now found himself, or herself, moving more slowly along the same pavements, resting more often before the same altars, and handling with care the same tools and documents that had once been gripped with unthinking strength. Ahead lay the final transitions, the writing and rewriting of wills, the preparation of burial places, the last illnesses, and the rituals by which the living would accompany the body to its resting place. Yet even as these prospects grew clearer, daily life continued in many small motions, a cup lifted, a story told, a garment mended, the hand of a grandchild held tightly while crossing a threshold. In those gestures, the long arc of a Roman life found its quiet continuity, carrying the citizen toward death without entirely severing the threads that bound him or her to household, city, and the vast enduring fabric of the empire. In the final phase of a Roman citizen's life, the sense of time altered, becoming at once stretched and compressed. Days during a lingering illness could feel long, filled with the slow passage of light across walls and the repeated sounds of footsteps, spoons, and whispered conversations, yet the awareness of an approaching end gave each hour a sharper outline. The sick person lay not in an abstract space, but in a particular room, on a bed whose wooden frame had creaked under the weight of sleep for many years, under blankets that had been folded and shaken each morning by familiar hands. In an insula, the bed might stand near a small window overlooking a noisy street or a cramped courtyard. In a domus, it might stand in a quiet cubiculum opening off the atrium or a corridor. Around the bed gathered relatives, enslaved attendants, perhaps a physician summoned once more to feel the pulse and peer at the eyes. Conversation shifted between practical questions about who had been notified, which remedies to attempt, and more private exchanges of memory, regret, and reassurance. The citizen who had survived childhood fevers, adult injuries, and previous illnesses could feel, sometimes with clarity, that this attack was different, that the body's reserves were almost spent. Long before these final days, many citizens had already confronted the question of how their property and obligations would outlive them. Roman law placed great weight on the testament, the formal will by which a person named heirs and made provisions for the period after death. In earlier times, testaments had required elaborate ritual with bronze scales and witnesses, but by the high empire written documents sealed and witnessed were common practice. A prudent head of household might draw up such a will in middle age, revise it after marriages, births, or deaths, and, as old age advanced, bring it up from its chest for one last adjustment. The making of a will brought into the sick room another figure, a legal advisor or professional scribe carrying a bundle of tablets or sheets. Wax tablets with wooden frames, stained dark from repeated smoothing, or sheets of papyrus cut to size, became the surface upon which the citizen's final intentions would be inscribed. The sick person, propped on cushions, spoke slowly, while the scribe transformed spoken clauses into the formulae of law, his stylus scratching or his reed pen moving with practiced precision. At the heart of the document lay the appointment of one or more heirs, the Herodes, who would step into the full legal position of the deceased, receiving not only property but also debts and responsibilities. Around this central act clustered legacies, specific gifts of money, objects, or rights to named individuals. A daughter might receive a sum to augment her dowry, a nephew a piece of land, a friend a treasured statue or library. Small sums could be assigned to the funeral club to which the citizen belonged, ensuring that burial costs would be covered, and to temples where commemorative offerings would be made. Guardians for minor children were appointed, with instructions that they should manage the youngster's property and education until full age. All of this required not only sentiment but calculation. The value of fields, houses, workshops, and movable goods had to be estimated, so that the heir would not be crushed by debts disguised beneath generous legacies. Witnesses, often 7 free adult males of respectable standing, were summoned to stand around the bed or the table where the document lay, listening to the declaration that this writing represented the testator's will, then affixing their seals on cords binding the tablets or on the folded papyrus. Each seal impressed into wax with a ringstone turned the citizen's spoken wishes into a structure that would soon have the force of law. For many testators, one of the most morally charged uses of the will concerned enslaved members of the household. Manumission during life was possible and common, yet the will allowed a master or mistress to bestow freedom as a last gift, often together with some modest means of support. Names of slaves who had served faithfully as nurses, stewards, secretaries, cooks, or companions appeared in special clauses, declaring that upon the testator's death they would become free and would bear the nomen of the former owner as a sign of their new status. Some received small sums of money, items of clothing, or tools of their trade, forming the nucleus of a future livelihood. Others were left to the heirs, continuing in bondage under new masters. Decisions about who should be freed and who retained were rarely simple. They reflected years of observation, personal attachment, suspicion, and economic calculation. The dying citizen, who had lived for decades surrounded by the labour and voices of these individuals, now weighed their futures in sentences that a scribe reduced to dry formulae. The promises inscribed on wax or papyrus at that moment would, once the household head breathed his last, become realities, altering lives that had long been constrained. Arrangements for those who remained, especially for widows and underage children, formed another crucial cluster of provisions. Guardians were named for sons not yet fully independent, and sometimes for unmarried daughters, men trusted to administer property, pay expenses, and safeguard the dowries that would make future marriages possible. The testator might urge in general terms that children obey their mother, that kin maintain unity, and that disputes be avoided, although the law could not enforce harmony as easily as it enforced transfers of land and coin. Instructions might also be given for the construction or completion of a family tomb, specifying its location along a certain road, its dimensions, and the wording of its inscription. A citizen who belonged to a funerary association had already contributed small monthly sums in exchange for the promise of a burial plot and a modest ceremony, and the will might confirm this membership and direct heirs to cooperate with the collegium. Material details were sometimes mentioned, such as the desire for a simple stone monument rather than a lavish structure, or for ashes to be placed in a particular urn already purchased and stored. Through such instructions, the dying person attempted to shape not only the distribution of possessions, but the very manner in which his or her body would be placed among the dead. As illness deepened, the focus of attention shifted from documents back to the body itself. The physician, if present, recognized when remedies had reached their limits. Bitter draughts of plant extracts, mixtures of wine and honey, poultices applied to inflamed limbs, and careful attention to diet could no longer turn the course of disease. The sick person alternated between restless wakefulness and heavy sleep, hearing snatches of conversation at the threshold, the soft clink of cups, the muffled sound of sandals on stone or wood. Oil lamps burned steadily on nearby stands, their clay or bronze bodies warm to the touch, their small flames drawing slender trails of smoke upward. Family members took turns sitting close, adjusting pillows, moistening lips with water or wine, and lifting the patient slightly when coughing spasms came. Prayers rose more frequently from the household shrine, offerings of incense and little cakes increasing as anxiety sharpened. The name of a healing deity might be repeated quietly, or a vow made that if recovery were granted, an offering or pilgrimage would follow. In some cases, the dying person joined these invocations. In others, he or she could only listen, breath coming in shorter bursts, speech reduced to brief phrases. The moment understood as the passage from life to death received careful attention, both for practical and for symbolic reasons. Those at the bedside watched for changes in breathing, in colour, and in the clarity of the eyes. When it seemed that the end was close, relatives might call the person by name, seeking a final look, a last word, or a sign of recognition. Roman custom encouraged the giving and receiving of a final kiss, thought by some to catch or accompany the departing breath. When the chest fell still and no further air moved through nose or mouth, someone, often the nearest relative, closed the eyes and the mouth with gentle pressure so that the face would not remain open in an unsettling expression. A cry, the conclamatio, might follow, the name of the dead called aloud in rising tones, as if to test whether any spark of life remained. Once it was clear that death had occurred, the body was left undisturbed for a short interval while the news spread through the house and beyond. In the streets outside, ordinary sounds continued, carts rolling over paving, vendors calling, neighbours arguing. Yet for the household, the centre of gravity had shifted entirely to the still form on the bed. Immediately after death, the care of the body began, carried out by family and by professional undertakers or specialised workers when means allowed. The corpse was washed carefully with warm water, the limbs straightened, and the skin dried with linen cloths kept for this purpose. Oils with pleasant scents, stored in small glass or ceramic containers, were rubbed onto the skin, both to honour the dead and to moderate odour. Nails and hair might be trimmed slightly if needed, and the body dressed in chosen garments, perhaps the citizen's best tunic and cloak, or for some, the toga in which public life had been conducted. Rings and jewellery were sometimes left on, sometimes removed for safekeeping depending on the family's intentions and beliefs. Certain practices mentioned in later sources, such as placing a coin in the mouth or near the hand as payment for a ferryman of the underworld, were not universal, but where they occurred, they added another small object of metal to the assemblage of fabric and flesh. Once prepared, the body was laid on a bier or couch, with cushions arranged so that the head rested slightly elevated, hands placed along the sides or folded. For a period that could range from a single day to several, depending on status and season, the dead person lay in state within the house. In a domus, the bier might be set in the atrium, near the impluvium, so that visitors entering through the front door immediately confronted the presence of death. Cypress or fir branches could be placed at the entrance as a sign that a death had occurred, discouraging casual callers. Wreaths and garlands, made from laurel, myrtle, or other greenery, were hung around the bier and on nearby walls. Lamps multiplied, set on stands or shelves, their light creating an almost ritual brilliance around the still figure. In an insula, space was more constrained, yet families still attempted to create a dignified setting, clearing a corner of the main room, arranging the body on a pallet, and perhaps hanging cloths to frame the improvised chapel. Hired mourners, most often women accustomed to such roles, might be brought in, their voices rising in formal laments that named the dead, praised virtues, and described the injustice of an early death when such was the case. Family members added their own cries and tears, while some sat in silence watching. The seeing of the body in this half-public, half-intimate setting imprinted the fact of death more deeply than any abstract knowledge could do. Even before the formal funeral procession, the legal effects of death began to unfold, anchored in the will that had been composed and sealed. the principal heir faced a decision: to accept or to refuse the inheritance. Acceptance brought with it not only houses, land, tools, clothing and stored goods, but also obligations, outstanding debts, pending lawsuits, and the duty to carry out legacies and manumissions. In some cases where debts outweighed assets, an heir might formally abstain, leaving creditors to divide whatever remained. When acceptance was declared, usually by a simple manifestation of will and by beginning to administer the estate, the heir became, in law, almost a continuation of the deceased, stepping into his or her place. The will, if deposited with a trusted friend, with a banker, or in some official archive, was brought forth and read aloud to those concerned. In Rome and in other cities, such readings could occur in semi-public settings, in porticos, or in the presence of interested parties gathered in a basilica. Names and bequests sounded in the air, transforming what had been private thoughts into public facts. Freed persons learned that they were now legally free. Legatees discovered what sums or objects they were to receive, and the arrangements for the funeral itself were clarified, whether through explicit instructions or through the general duty of the heir. Thus, the approach of death drew together many strands of the citizen's life, legal, economic, emotional and religious, in a concentrated interval. The same hand that had once held tools, weapons or writing instruments now lay still, while ink marks and impressions in wax determined how its past actions would be continued or concluded. The same house that had echoed with the noise of children, clients and workers now kept watch over a silent body, its walls and furnishings forming the last surroundings that the dead would ever see. Outside, the city continued its own cycles of trade, spectacle and worship, largely indifferent, yet also structured in such a way that each individual death found a place within common forms of mourning and commemoration. In the next stage of the story, that body would leave the threshold for the last time, carried along streets toward pyre or tomb, accompanied by the voices, music and gestures that mark the passage from the realm of the living to the community of the dead. Here, however, we remain in the house, in the charged stillness after the last breath, where the Roman citizen's long journey through birth, childhood, work and age has reached the moment when the law, the family and the gods each take up their distinct roles in shaping what remains. When the necessary documents had been sealed and the first shock of death had settled into a more measured sorrow, the house turned its attention outward toward the city that would receive the body and witness its last journey. Death in Rome was not only a private event but a public one, regulated by custom and supervised, when means allowed, by specialists whose trade was to turn a silent corpse into a moving spectacle of departure. Poorer citizens might rely almost entirely on family, neighbours, and a funerary association to which small contributions had been paid over many years. Wealthier households sent messengers to undertakers whose names were known in particular districts, men who kept in storage the equipment of funerals, biers, torches, garlands, and sometimes masks and costumes for hired mourners. Fees were discussed in quiet corners, taking into account the social standing of the dead, the distance to the place of burial or cremation, and the desired scale of display. In this negotiation, mourning and accounting intertwined, as relatives balanced the wish to honour the deceased against the limits of what the estate or the surviving family could afford. The undertaker's preparations transformed the still body and the rooms around it into elements of a carefully staged procession. The bier on which the corpse would be carried was brought from storage, a wooden frame stout enough to support an adult body, sometimes with carved legs and painted details for those who could pay more, sometimes very plain. Fresh garlands were woven from evergreen branches and flowers, if the season allowed, and draped over the couch and along the walls. Musicians were engaged, often players of flutes and horn-like instruments whose sounds carried far along stone streets. Professional mourners, experienced women whose voices could rise and fall in stylized lament, were instructed in the name and virtues of the deceased, so that their cries would not be entirely generic. If the family was of senatorial or ancient standing, boxes containing ancestral masks were opened, and these wax images, mounted on wooden backings, were checked and cleaned, ready to be worn by selected men who would personate long-dead forebears. In more modest circumstances, there were no masks, but relatives might still polish signet rings, adjust garments, and rehearse the order in which they would walk. On the day chosen for the funeral, usually soon after death, given the climate and the absence of long-term preservation, the house opened itself to the street in a new way. The bier with its burden was lifted by bearers, often slaves or hired men, their hands gripping wooden poles, their muscles braced for the slow, uneven rhythm of walking under weight. At the head of the procession went a man carrying a torch or a simple lamp, even in full daylight, symbolising the leading of the dead through a last path in the world of the living. Behind him came musicians, their instruments producing piercing melodies or solemn notes that announced the approach from a distance. Mourners followed, tearing at their hair or garments in ritualised gestures, calling out the name of the dead and voicing the sorrow that many families found hard to articulate directly. Close kin, wrapped in cloaks that might be drawn over the head, walked near the bier, sometimes supporting one another, sometimes walking with deliberate composure, according to temperament and to ideals of dignity. Children clutched the hands of older relatives, trying to match their pace to the slow advance. Neighbours and clients joined in, swelling the group as it moved away from the door that the dead would never again cross in life. The route taken by the procession depended on the location of the tomb or cremation site, but it often led through busy quarters where ordinary activities were briefly interrupted. In Rome, the dead could not be buried within the sacred boundary of the city, so the procession headed toward one of the main roads that led out through the gates. As it passed through narrower streets, shopkeepers stepped aside, pausing in their work, and onlookers stood in doorways or leaned from windows, making the sign of respect appropriate to their habits, perhaps a silent nod, perhaps a brief joining of the lament. The sound of wheels on paving stones quieted for a moment as cart drivers waited at side alleys for the cortege to pass. Smells from bakeries, tanneries, and cookshops mingled with the scent of incense grains burning in portable braziers carried before the bier, a mixture that attached itself in memory to the idea of funerals. For the poor, the procession might be very small, only a few people carrying a simple litter, yet even then the pattern was recognisable. The combination of movement, sound, and shared attention that marked a passage from one state to another. Outside the gates, along the great roads lined with tombs of various sizes, the procession joined a landscape already shaped by the presence of the dead. The necropolis, the city of the dead, was not a distant, hidden place, but a belt of monuments that every traveller saw when entering or leaving the city. Here stood freestanding tombs of stone and brick, some shaped like small temples with columns and pediments, others like solid blocks with niches and reliefs, interspersed with more modest markers and with the simple mounds that covered older burials. For those who practiced cremation, which remained common through much of the early and high empire, a pyre was prepared near the tomb or in a designated burning ground. A rectangular or square structure of wood built up in layers, its lower parts containing kindling and heavier logs, its upper surface ready to receive the body. Wood had been bought and brought here earlier, cut and stacked, testimony to the practical cost of this last fire. Perfumes, resins, and sometimes costly spices were set aside in small containers, ready to be cast into the flames. When the bier was set down beside the pyre, the relatives gathered close for the final rites before burning. Offerings of wine and oil were poured over the body and the wood, partly as sacrifice, partly as an aid to ignition. Words were spoken, sometimes by a priest, sometimes by the eldest son or by a friend, praising the life of the deceased in simple terms or, in the case of the eloquent, in more elaborate summaries of offices held and virtues displayed. Symbols of the person's status, such as military decorations, signet rings, or the rods of office, might be placed on or near the body for a moment, then removed for preservation, or, in some cases, consigned to the fire. The torch that would light the pyre was brought forward, and custom often dictated that a close relative, frequently the heir, perform the act of touching it to the prepared kindling. As flames caught and spread, the assembly stepped back from the heat, watching smoke rise into the air and embers flake away. Some wept openly, others stood silent, eyes fixed on the transformation of a familiar human shape into a glowing mass of burning cloth and wood. The fire continued for hours, tended by workers who added fuel and managed the collapse of the structure, until only embers and a bed of ash remained. After the pyre had cooled sufficiently, an act of collection began, as intimate and material as any earlier gesture in the home. Those responsible, sometimes family members, sometimes workers under the supervision of relatives, used small rakes, shovels, and their own hands to separate recognizable fragments of bone from ash and charcoal. These bones were washed in water mixed with wine or fragrant herbs, laid out on cloths to dry, and then placed carefully into a container chosen beforehand. For modest families, this might be a simple urn of terracotta, its surface plain or only lightly decorated. Better-off citizens used stone or marble cinerary urns, sometimes carved with reliefs of garlands, mythological scenes, or symbolic motifs. The urn was then sealed, with a lid cemented in place or secured with clamps, and carried to its final position. In Columbaria, communal tombs whose interior walls were honeycombed with small niches, such urns were slid into square or arched openings, 2 or more high, each niche later closed with a tile or small stone bearing an inscription. In family tombs with larger interiors, niches of varying sizes held multiple urns, arranged in tiers, each linked by its inscription to a name and a set of relationships. As burial practices shifted over time, inhumation, the placement of intact bodies in graves or stone coffins, became more common, particularly from the later 2nd and 3rd centuries. In such cases, the procession was directed not to a pyre but directly to the tomb, where a rectangular pit or a prepared sarcophagus awaited. The body, wrapped in shrouds and perhaps in additional garments, was lowered by ropes or on a wooden board and positioned with care. Grave goods might be placed around it, small lamps, vessels of pottery or glass, coins, tools, or items of personal adornment, not in extravagant quantity but sufficient to suggest the social world the dead had inhabited. Earth was then filled in, layer by layer, tamped down with shovels and feet, while relatives scattered flowers or poured libations on the growing mound. Above, a marker rose, sometimes a simple stone with a carved name, sometimes a more complex structure. For the citizen whose life we have followed, the choice between cremation and burial would reflect the customs of his or her time, the preferences of family, and, in some cases, the influence of new religious ideas that place special emphasis on the integrity of the body after death. The formal conclusion of funeral rites did not end with the burning or burying of the body. A series of subsequent observances, especially on the 9th day after death, framed the transition from immediate mourning to a more settled state. In the house, rooms that had been considered ritually polluted by the presence of the corpse were purified through simple rites, the sprinkling of water, the burning of incense, and the recitation of prayers. Relatives assembled for a funerary meal, either at the tomb or in the home, sharing food that symbolized continuity, bread, wine, eggs, and other staples. Portions might be placed on or near the tomb or poured through tubes embedded in the structure so that offerings reached the chamber below. The dead person was now thought of as belonging among the mains, the collective of ancestral spirits who were not simply gone but present in another mode, requiring periodic attention. Philosophers offered differing interpretations of what this meant, some seeing the soul as a fine material that rose to the stars, others imagining a descent to regions beneath the earth, where rewards and punishments might await. Ordinary citizens moved between these possibilities, sometimes speaking of the dead as if they slept nearby, sometimes as if they had travelled to distant fields. The tomb itself became the primary material interface between the living and the dead. On its facade or on individual markers, inscriptions in neat capital letters recorded the name of the deceased, often preceded by a dedication to the divine manes and followed by a brief notes on age, status, and relationships. A typical formula named the person, gave the father's name or the former owner's name in the case of freed persons, and mentioned the spouse, children, or patrons who had erected the monument. Some inscriptions added details of occupation such as baker, soldier, teacher, or midwife, or enumerated public offices held. Others contained short poems, conventional expressions of resignation, or exhortations to the passerby to pause and read. These letters were carved with iron chisels into stone surfaces, prepared by smoothing, the work of stonemasons who converted dictation on wax tablets into durable text. Beside or above the inscription, reliefs depicted the dead in stylized poses, seated at a table, standing with tools of trade, or grouped with spouse and children, all facing outward in a perpetual posture of display. In this way, the citizen's life, once a moving sequence of acts and sensations, crystallized into a few lines and images that others could see long after the body itself had crumbled. Over the years and decades that followed, the tomb occupied a place both stable and precarious. Stable because its stone mass and carved name anchored the memory of the individual in a specific location along a road that many still travelled. Precarious because its preservation depended on continued care. Festivals such as the Parentalia and the Feralia drew families to these sites each year, carrying baskets with garlands, small cakes, and jars of wine. They cleaned the surface of the stone, scraped away moss or dirt that had filled letters, repaired small cracks with lime mortar, and refreshed paint in carved grooves when resources allowed. They sat on low benches built into the tomb, or on portable stools, sharing food and drink in the presence of the names engraved before them. Children learned to associate these regular outings with particular routes, particular clusters of tombs, and particular stories about those commemorated. At other times, the tomb stood largely unattended, exposed to weathering, to accidental damage from carts and animals, and to the slow encroachment of new structures as the city's edges shifted. Still, as long as even a fragment of inscription remained legible, some trace of the dead citizen's existence persisted in the landscape. In the long perspective of centuries, many of these tombs fell into ruin, their stones reused in later buildings, their inscriptions buried under new layers of earth, their urns and sarcophagi broken or emptied. Yet the material logic that governed their creation, the desire to fix a name and a set of relationships in durable matter, succeeded in part. In modern times, excavations along the ancient roads and within former necropolies have brought to light countless funerary monuments. Scholars read the same formulas, the same names and occupations that Roman travellers once saw as they passed. The bones, ashes and grave goods recovered from these contexts tell, in their own mute way, of diets, diseases, and habits of life. Thus the life of our representative Roman citizen, which began with hopes expressed in the dim light of a household shrine and unfolded through the dense routines of work, worship and family, ends not only in the brief blaze of a pyre or the ceiling of a tomb, but in the enduring presence of matter shaped by human hands. Stone, clay, metal and ash keep something of that existence available to distant observers, long after voices, gestures and thoughts have vanished, completing the arc from birth through the crowded middle years, to a final stillness grounded in the shared soil of the empire. The single Roman citizen whose life we have traced from birth to burial is, in truth, a composite being, assembled from countless fragments of evidence and from the repeated patterns that shaped millions of real existences across many centuries. In the streets of Rome, in the lanes of provincial towns, and along the tracks that crossed fields and hills, innumerable children were named, taught, married, made to work, and finally carried outside the walls towards tomb or pyre. Their individual stories differed in detail, yet they shared the same basic framework of household, law and ritual that the Roman world provided. A girl born under the early Republic and a boy born under an emperor in the 2nd century might have eaten bread made from grain brought by ship, walked on pavements laid by earlier generations, and addressed prayers to gods whose names were already ancient. The structures of family authority, enslavement, military obligation, and civic ritual bound together lives that never met, so that each citizen's trajectory formed one thread in a dense fabric extending from Spain to Syria, from Britain to the deserts of Africa. Yet beneath these shared patterns, diversity of place and time produced variations that no single portrait can fully capture. Life in the capital, with its towering insulae, monumental baths and crowded forums, differed from life in a small Italian town, where the forum was a modest square and the theatre a single curved row of seats. A citizen of the 1st century before Christ experienced civil wars, proscriptions, and sudden reversals of fortune, while one born in the later 2nd century knew a more settled but still fragile peace, punctuated by distant campaigns and occasional epidemics. In the eastern provinces, Greek remained the language of daily conversation and of schooling, while Latin carried law and imperial commands. In the western provinces, Latin slowly displaced older tongues or coexisted uneasily with them. At the northern frontiers, cold, damp and short summers shaped bodies and work in ways very different from the hot dust of a North African town. Our single citizen, therefore, stands only as a central line around which cluster many possible variations, each inscribed in specific landscapes and calendars. Differences of gender, status and legal category further multiplied the range of Roman experiences. The freeborn male citizen, who could wear the toga of adulthood, vote in assemblies, and, at least in principle, stand for local office, occupied only one segment of the population. Freeborn women shared in citizenship through family ties, enjoyed certain property rights, and bore heavy responsibilities within the household, yet they remained largely excluded from formal political life and from military service. Freed persons, marked by the dual names that recorded both former enslavement and new status, navigated opportunities and prejudices as they moved through workshops, markets and religious associations. Enslaved men and women whose labour sustained much of the visible splendour of Rome lived under constant constraint, yet developed skills, relationships and forms of resilience that only occasionally surface in our sources. Foreigners living under Roman rule, some with partial rights, others as subjects without citizenship, brought their own customs, deities and languages into the imperial mixture. When we speak of a Roman citizen, therefore, we refer to a legal and social category that intersected with many others, producing lives that could be prosperous or precarious, honoured or ignored. Our knowledge of these lives reaches us first through words written by a small group of literate observers, most of them male, wealthy, and based in Italy or other major centres. Historians described wars, magistracies, and the deeds of famous generals and emperors, occasionally pausing to sketch customs of marriage, education, or mourning, often to make moral points. Orators and letter writers mentioned clients, slaves, and everyday errands, but always as background to political ambition or personal philosophy. Poets turned banquets, love affairs, and city strolls into ordered patterns of verse, embellishing experience with allusion and metaphor. Philosophers discussed anger, grief, pleasure, and duty, prescribing how a rational person should respond to the blows of fortune. Satirists exaggerated vices and absurdities for effect, yet in doing so revealed anxieties about wealth, sexuality, and status that were widely shared. All these texts, copied on papyrus rolls and later on codices, offer partial windows onto the world of our citizen, but their perspective is tilted, favouring the concerns of those with leisure, education, and the habit of writing for an audience. Another class of words, carved in stone or scratched into more fragile materials, brings us closer to the ordinary citizen who rarely appears in narrative histories. Funerary inscriptions along roads and in necropolis record names, ages, and relationships, sometimes adding occupations, expressions of affection, or brief verses. In these formulas, a baker proudly declares his trade, a midwife is praised for skill and kindness, a freedman notes the generosity of his former master, and parents lament children who died before reaching adulthood. Military diplomas of bronze record the grant of citizenship to discharged auxiliary soldiers and their families, fixing in metal the reward for decades of service. Wax tablets and wooden documents from houses, shops, and military forts preserve contracts, loans, marriage settlements, school exercises, and private letters, revealing the daily use of writing to manage property, debts, and emotions. Even curse tablets, thin sheets of lead inscribed with appeals to underworld powers, show us the names of charioteers, rivals in love, and litigants whose conflicts would otherwise be unknown. Together, these scattered texts form a chorus of small voices, each speaking briefly from its own position in the Roman world. Beyond words, the material remains of houses, tools, clothing, and bodies themselves tell us how Roman citizens lived, worked, and died. Excavated domus reveal floor plans, wall paintings, and arrangements of rooms that show how space was organised for display, privacy, and labour. Insulae, with their stacked rooms and narrow staircases, testify to crowded conditions and to the ingenuity with which families adapted limited space. Pottery from fine-painted cups to coarse cooking pots, maps, patterns of trade and taste, while wear marks on their surfaces show how long objects remained in use. Water pipes and sewers demonstrate the reach of urban engineering, while rubbish dumps preserve food scraps, broken objects, and even human waste, allowing modern study of diet, parasites, and health. Skeletons recovered from graves and tombs bear traces of malnutrition, disease, injuries, and repetitive strain written in bone by years of labour and illness. Jewellery, clothing fragments, gaming pieces, and children's toys add further layers, illustrating how bodies were adorned, how leisure was spent, and how affection was expressed through small gifts. Our composite citizen stands silently at the intersection of all these material testimonies. The imperial framework within which these lives unfolded changed over time, sometimes slowly, sometimes through sudden shocks. Wars of conquest, civil conflicts, and periodic invasions altered borders and redirected the flow of resources. Plagues, such as those that struck in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, reduced populations, undermined labour systems, and filled cities with mourning. Economic shifts reshaped patterns of land ownership, taxation, and trade, affecting what kinds of work were available and how secure any particular household felt. Religious landscapes evolved as well. Traditional cults persisted, but new movements spread, including philosophical schools that invited individuals to think of themselves as citizens of a wider cosmos, and, eventually, the Christian communities that offered novel understandings of suffering, charity, and life after death. For any given citizen, these large changes appeared not as abstract trends, but as concrete events. A levy that took away sons, a new tax on property, a temple rededicated, a neighbour converting to a different faith. The broad narrative of the rise and transformation of the empire thus intersected continually with the small narrative of each life. From our vantage point, far removed in time, the Roman citizen's world appears both distant and strangely familiar. Distant because the legal status of slavery, the sharp authority of the paterfamilias, the public visibility of executions and gladiatorial games, and the omnipresence of sacrifice and augury mark a social order very different from later moral and political ideals. Familiar because the concerns that occupy our citizens, securing food, shelter and work, seeking affection and recognition, worrying about all children aging and illness, fearing sudden misfortune and hoping for some form of remembrance, remain recognisable. The tools have changed, the gods have new names or have vanished, but the rhythm of days and years still alternates between routine and disruption, joy and loss. To follow the Roman citizen from birth to death is therefore to encounter both what is radically other and what is stubbornly similar in the human condition. In the end, most Roman citizens left behind no more than a handful of traces a name on a tomb, a line in a contract, a worn floor where feet once stood, or a bowl mended and reused until it finally broke. Their thoughts, jokes, private fears, and unrecorded acts of kindness or cruelty vanished with their breath. Yet by attending closely to the surviving fragments, to the hum of markets beneath the speeches of senators, to the quiet work of midwives beneath the battles of generals, we can reconstruct, in outline, the ordinary arc of a Roman life. The composite figure we have followed is not a single person, but a carefully weighted average of many. As the narrative closes, we return to the silence of stone and earth, to the cooled ashes in urns and the names half effaced by rain, aware that the empire which once framed these lives has also passed, and that what remains is a dense, patient record of how human beings once arranged their world under the long shadow of Rome. As the evening descended over Rome, the empire that seemed so solid in daylight took on a softer outline. Roof tiles, colonnades, and the sharp angles of insular walls lost their hardness as lamps were lit one by one, small points of flame behind shutters, under porticos and in upper windows. In the cramped rooms of tenements, braziers glowed, and smoke searched for cracks in ceilings. In the atria of larger houses, oil lamps burned near the household shrine, their reflections trembling in the dark water of the central basin. Streets grew quieter as stalls were closed and shutters lowered, though some taverns and workshops continued their business into the darker hours. Beyond the city, along the roads lined with tombs, the last carts rolled home, hooves striking stone with a slower rhythm. The bodies of citizens who had laboured, bargained, spoken, and worried all day now reclined on couches or lay on simple pallets, weariness spreading through limbs that had once run in childhood games. Each household gathered itself inward, and the empire for a few hours belonged more to sleepers than to laws and magistrates. For the Romans themselves, time was measured in overlapping patterns. There was the immediate span of the day, divided not by mechanical clocks but by the position of the sun, by the pouring of water in clepsydra, and by familiar noises, the opening of markets, the midday lull, the evening closing of shops. There was the sequence of festivals, the days marked out on inscribed calendars as favourable or not for public business, each attached to particular gods and rites. There was the yearly cycle of consuls and emperors, by whose names official documents were dated, so that a given birth, marriage, or contract could be located at the intersection of specific human offices and the turning of the seasons. Above all these lay the more personal sense of time, the inner chronology of a citizen's life, in which the memory of childhood, the first assumption of the toga, the birth of a child, or the loss of a parent formed landmarks more vivid than any entry on stone or papyrus. Our narrative has followed such a line from birth to death, yet in reality each Roman life was braided into many temporal currents at once, some cyclical, others advancing in a straight, unrepeatable direction. The city that framed these lives was itself a slow machine for turning stone, brick, and earth into new forms. Buildings rose, decayed, and were rebuilt on the same plots, their foundations resting on earlier walls and discarded rubble. The materials were patient. Tufa blocks quarried from ancient hills, travertine brought from quarries outside the city, and concrete made from water, lime, and volcanic ash all bore the weight of courts, basilicas, and bath halls. In insulae, cheaper materials, timber beams, thinner walls of brick or opus cratiquium, and clay tiles creaked and shifted under the pressure of many bodies and the strain of time. Fires broke out, collapsing upper floors into lower rooms, leaving layers of charred debris that were later levelled and built over. Streets were repaved, old stones reused in new arrangements, while drains silted up and were cleaned or bypassed. The citizen whose life we have traced would have noticed only fragments of this constant reworking: a scaffold outside his window, a temple under repair, a new shop front in a familiar alley. Yet as years accumulated, the city quietly replaced itself piece by piece, so that by the end of his life he inhabited a fabric already different from the one into which he had been born. Words, more fragile than stone yet capable of longer journeys, crossed the same centuries by other routes. In law courts, scribes took notes on wax tablets while advocates spoke, then transferred the more important decisions onto papyrus or into collections preserved in archives. In households of the educated, letters were drafted with reed pens dipped in ink, strokes of black on pale fibres, folded, sealed with wax, and sent along roads and sea lanes with merchants and couriers. Poets and historians dictated or wrote their works, which were then copied by professional scribes or by slaves trained for the purpose, one line after another, until a roll was full. In time, some texts were recopied onto new rolls as older ones frayed and faded, and a few, much later, passed onto parchment codices. Every such copying required hours of human labour, a steady hand, good light, and careful attention. Mistakes crept in, were corrected or perpetuated, and each surviving manuscript today represents a chain of these small acts. Our knowledge of the citizen's world has reached us because generations of copyists, most of them anonymous, deemed certain works worth preserving, while countless others, letters, accounts, local chronicles, and school exercises, dried, crumbled, and disappeared. After the empire's political structures altered and new powers arose, the physical residues of Roman daily life sank deeper into the ground. Floors collapsed and were buried under later constructions, wells filled with broken pottery and refuse, and tombs along the roads were robbed, neglected, or reused. In some places, cities contracted, leaving former suburbs as fields in which ploughs struck against carved stones that had once faced passing travellers. In others, later buildings incorporated Roman blocks and columns into churches, fortifications, or farmhouses, making the old material serve new purposes. Graves were dug into the floors of abandoned houses, and animals grazed among toppled capitals. Yet even as languages shifted and religious practices changed, many of the old roads remained in use, their paving stones still bearing the smooth polish of generations of feet and wheels. Fields continued to follow the lines of ancient centuriation, and some aqueducts or bridges, repaired and adapted, carried water and traffic beyond the formal end of imperial administration. The traces of our citizen and his contemporaries thus moved into a state of partial invisibility, neither fully erased nor clearly legible, awaiting later eyes and tools that would recognise them. Centuries afterward, when scholars and excavators began to cut trenches into the layered soils of Rome and its provinces, these buried residues returned to daylight. Shovels and trowels exposed pavements worn by sandals, hearths stained by ancient fires, and discarded everyday objects that once passed almost unnoticed from hand to hand. A broken lamp revealed in its clay body the impression of a mould used thousands of times. A graffiti scratched on a wall recorded a moment of irritation or affection. A child's toy appeared from a layer of ash, its simple form connecting the present observer with a long-vanished household. Inscriptions regained their voices when dust was brushed from their letters and fragments were joined. For the modern investigator, the life of a Roman citizen is reconstructed from these scattered pieces, arranged with the help of texts and comparative reasoning. For the ancient citizen himself, these objects were simply tools, furnishings, and cast-offs. The distance between these two perspectives is itself part of the story, a measure of how human lives become evidence once they have passed. Roman writers sometimes reflected on this long view, aware that their own names and works might fade. Historians and poets hoped that their verses or books would grant a kind of survival, that future generations would speak their names and read their lines. Epitaphs carved along the roads begged passers-by to stop and read, to say aloud the dead person's name, to grant in that brief act a renewal of presence. Philosophers, more austere, warned against placing hope in fame, arguing that the judgment of later ages was uncertain and that true value lay in virtue exercised in the present. Ordinary citizens busy with work and family likely oscillated between these poles, sometimes worrying about how they would be remembered, sometimes focusing entirely on immediate tasks. The monuments we now study suggest that many hoped at least for a stone with their name and relationships, minimal defence against complete oblivion. Whether that hope has been fulfilled depends on accidents of preservation and rediscovery. But the impulse itself, to mark a life so that it will not vanish without trace, remains deeply familiar. The composite life traced in these chapters has been constructed from such hopes, remains, and reflections. It gathers into a single narrative many gestures repeated by countless individuals: the first touch of a father lifting a newborn, the scratch of a stylus on wax tablets in a cramped school, the pressure of a hand on a plough handle or a shop counter, the smoothing of a cloak before entering the forum, the lighting of a lamp at a household shrine, the tightening of fingers on a walking stick in old age. None of these actions was extraordinary. Most were so ordinary that no one thought to record them, yet together they formed the texture of what it meant to live as a Roman citizen under the Empire. By following them in sequence from birth to death, we see how law, custom, and material structures channeled individual choices without wholly determining them, and how a single lifetime wove together body, city, and cosmos in a pattern that was both specific to Rome and widely human. At the imagined close of this long account, the city once more lies under night. In the domus, in the upper rooms of insulae, in barracks and in roadside inns, the descendants of our citizen and of his contemporaries breathe in sleep, their chests rising and falling in the darkness. In cemeteries beyond the walls, tombs stand quietly along the margins of roads, inscriptions facing outward toward the rare traveller who passes after sunset by the light of a torch. Aqueducts stride across valleys, their channels murmuring faintly with water that glimmers under the stars. In distant provinces, under different constellations, farmers, traders, soldiers, and children lie on pallets of straw or on mattresses of wool, their dreams shaped by the same concerns that have guided their waking hours. The empire, vast and intricate, rests for a few hours in this collective stillness, before the next dawn recalls everyone to work, to worry, and to worship. Our narrative concludes here, not because the motion of Roman life has ceased, but because one full circuit, from first breath to last rites and enduring traces, has been completed. What remains is a quiet awareness that countless other circuits turned before and after, each leaving small marks on stone, earth, and memory under the long, slow turning of the same sky.